Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. I should actually do that now. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, our staff, constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Marta Romos Urguiles and Vanessa Peña Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. And now we're going to take a moment of silence. And we are in the month of April, and there are many, many things that we can elevate, but I want us to take a moment to elevate everything that is held here in Durham, all the communities, all the people who came before us, all the people who are actively working to shape policy and drive change, including advocates, and all the families and staff and stakeholders, everyone who makes DPS what it is. Let's just hold space and take a moment of silence. And now we're going to go to agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a couple of amendments to the agenda. Y'all stay with me because I'm going to chop it all up. I would like to change item 3 to make it academic services, starting with the School Library Month proclamation, followed by Growing Together update. I'd like to keep item 4, Operation Services, but move transportation overview first, and then the superintendent's budget next. And then I'd like to make item 5, Board of Education DPS draft legislative agenda. Thinking about reordering this item to make sure some of our folks that were pushed back from the last time get to go earlier, and staff can make sure they have their presentations done earlier.
Do I have a second?
Oh, sorry, can I add one more thing to that? I will also add after the closed session, superintendent search update or point of contact.
After the closed session?
Yes.
Second.
We move to, so I would move to amend those items on the agenda.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded by our chair, Bettina Umstead, and also by board member Millicent Rogers. I believe we are all here, so everyone who says aye, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, passes unanimously. And with that, we are moving to,
Move approval of the amended agenda.
yes, we move, it's been moved and seconded by board member Millicent Rogers and seconded by board member Byer. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, passes unanimously. And the agenda has been amended. Our next board agenda item is the Board of Education meeting minutes from March 7th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
Move approval of the March 7th meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded by board member Byer and also by board member Giovanni Lewis. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And the, sorry? And also, yes, and all in favor, say aye. That was unanimous, but any nays? Nope. All right, passes unanimously. And we are up to general public comment. And I do have a statement that I need to read. It's about public comments rules. And it's a quick review of the rules. First, you must state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. And second, speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time. You will have 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 3 minutes left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Ms. Lauren Sartain. And I do want to ask if there's anybody who did not make this list who wanted to comment. Yes, sir. What's your name? Marshall Williams. Okay. We'll add you to the list, Mr. Marshall Williams. Yes. Okay.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent of a first and fourth grader, both with identified disabilities. I'm committed to DPS because I believe that DPS is the best option for kids like my own. I'm also a PTA president at a school that's heavily impacted by Growing Together, and it's my privilege and responsibility to raise their concerns to the school board and to central office. Our teachers are having to learn a whole new curriculum, IB, that is not clearly aligned with what they are currently required to teach. They have to throw out all their lessons and all of their assessments. They have to start from scratch. Those of you who are educators know how much work that is. They are expected to go to weeks of training on top of everything else. In case you haven't noticed, your teachers and staff are working extremely hard and they're extremely tired. They're implementing something that the school community did not ask for, and from the lottery data that DPS has made publicly available, that nobody is asking for at the other elementary school in the district that's currently implementing the same programming. At other schools, enrollments have declined considerably due to the redrawing of lines. For example, Club Boulevard and Glen have lost a lot of student population. These teachers are being encouraged to go door to door and find students to enroll in their school, or to opt out of a different DPS school to enroll in their school. We knew a year ago that teacher positions were going to be impacted by this initiative, yet it seems as if we haven't planned in advance for that. At a minimum, HR should be helping these teachers transfer into positions at other schools, and that's assuming the teachers want to stay in DPS at all. From the parent perspective, I have heard from many families at our school just this week that are leaving the district. These aren't threats of leaving anymore, they're actually accepting offers. At our school, we have families who have accepted offers from charters at Central Park, at Excelsior, at Voyager. These families mentioned that they're frustrated because they're stuck on wait lists at their current school, their neighborhood school, or their old neighborhood school. They don't know where to register for aftercare when school gets out at 2:15, so they're taking the offers that are in hand. One parent recently told me that they are stuck in the quote unquote DPS lottery disaster and would rather homeschool than wait any longer. I hear families accepting offers at DA, Duke School, Lerner, Triangle Day School, Immaculata, and so on. The market's going to respond, more privates will open, more charters will open to take all the DPS families who are leaving. Finally, I've made this comment privately to many people in this room, but now I just want to say it publicly. This is an area of my expertise professionally. I would drop everything to come and help central office think about how to make this better next year. How can we make it better when middle schools and high schools come online? And it would mean the world to me to help this community I care about.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Marshall Williams.
Marshall Williams. I'm a concerned citizen about the high schools. Number one is you have built 3 European high schools, and the school you're building now is not too far from Merritt-Moe. And Merritt-Moe used to be a Afro-American high school. And to me, you talking about equal opportunity. I do not consider equal opportunity when you can be at 3 of them other schools and not one for another one for Afro-American, which was there. If you're on the Board of Education, you have to know your educational part about the schools system. And so that's the reason I'm here speaking about this whole community, talking about equal opportunity, but I don't see it. Look in your community. I don't see any more Afro-American business as I used to, but you say you equal. I don't see as business, and like I mentioned before, they want to get rid of Hillside. But the Afro-American community fought against it. So I'm saying, why I'm paying my taxes to get other folks rich who haven't contributed anything? This right here was started even when I was a child. They want to get rid of our institutions. And now you're doing it, not with the gun, with the pen. Like in 1889 in Wilmington, they had the uproar. Now, like I said, you're not doing it with the gun, you're doing it with the pen. So yes, I would like to have something done about Merrick Mo just standing there idle. Now you made a, junior high school, elementary high school of it, but you building 3 other institutions? I cannot understand it. So when they talk about pay your taxes, I'm saying for what? For who? That's my point of view. And thank you very much, and may God bless you in the name of Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry. And that concludes our general public comments. We're going to move on to our consent items, and we have a couple of them: contract with Imagine Design and Production Services, contract with Turner and Townsend, and materials procurement with Motorola Solutions. Are there any discussion points anyone wants to make before a motion?
Move approval of consent agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded by Board Member Rogers and Board Member Byer. And we're gonna, any discussion? All right. Well, we're gonna do, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And with that, we are going to move to our amended item. In this case, we are beginning with the school library month proclamation under academic services. And we are inviting Ms. Linda Tigurian. Thank you. Dr. Tigurian.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Moore, Chair Umstead, and DPS Board of Education. We are excited tonight to celebrate our school librarians as part of School Library Month. Our media centers are a vital part of nearly everything and every aspect of instruction in our schools, serving as a place for students to seek information and discover compelling stories and narratives that spark learning about the world around us. We are extremely proud of the work of our school librarians who teach the skills of locating and using information through traditional resources and new technologies, provide literature appreciation activities, and guide and encourage content and recreational reading for each of our students in Durham Public Schools. Importantly, our teaching librarians also facilitate access to information and resources for the staff at each of our schools. The school library truly serves as the hub of learning for both staff and students, and we greatly appreciate the work of our school librarians. I'm going to yield to you, members of the Board of Education, to read this year's School Library Month proclamation.
Thank you, Dr. Tigurian. If we can get the school library proclamation on our screen, and that way we can just go ahead and take turns. Let's start with Board Member Rogers.
Proclamation School Library Month, April 2024. Whereas the school library is to ensure that students and staff are effective users of ideas and information, and
Whereas the school librarian's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. And
whereas the Board of Education has entrusted the school librarian in each school to teach information literacy skills through traditional resources and new technologies, to provide literature appreciation activities, and to guide and encourage academic and recreational reading for every student. And
whereas lifelong learning agency begins and is systemically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary schools. And
whereas the school library contributes to the individual growth, development, and belonging of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education. And
whereas the school librarians of Durham Public Schools dedicate themselves to work for quality school library collections and programming that supports classroom instruction and welcomes, honors, and encourages all students. And
now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Durham Public Schools does hereby proclaim April 2024 as School Library Month and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and residents of Durham County to recognize and support this action and to participate throughout the month of April in the celebration of School Library Month. And we will have our signatures attached to this resolution. And thank you for bringing this every year. This is a yearly resolution. We want our kids to enjoy the resources in the libraries, to make connections with the folks there who know everything that there is to know about what's available to our students and families and staff. Thank you so much for bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with
Do-
that, we're going
do we need
to,
to make a motion?
Yeah.
we're going to approve this resolution. And I will entertain a motion.
Like to make a motion to approve the proclamation for School Library Month.
It's been properly moved
Second.
and seconded by Board Members Chavez and also Board Member Carter Otten. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And with that, we are going to move to the second item under academic services, and that is the Growing Together update.
Ms. Valladares, if I could make a couple comments real quick. So the reordering of items has some folks not here yet. And so I think we may be able to start growing together, but we may have to rearrange the order of slides a little bit and do some slides and then, oh, he's here? Okay, he's coming up. All right. Well, there you go. I hope he's didn't speed. So if you wait just a moment and we'll get started in just a moment.
I do want to provide space. If there's any comments that my colleagues have before we hear this presentation, we have all reviewed materials and just wanted to give a little bit of time now for any comments, and we will also have discussion throughout the presentation.
We can go ahead and pull the presentation up.
Right.
So this evening, Board, we'll give Mr. Palmer one more minute. He's about to walk in, but we are pleased to bring to you the information that we were prepared on the 21st to share, but mostly tonight we'll be focusing on the Growing Together work around enrollment and also the lottery and how some of those demographics are playing out. There is some supplementary information in our board packet for you to review around our data slides that were in slide format prior to tonight. This evening, they're there as resource documentation. So at this time, I welcome Mr. Palmer to the podium, and we will get started.
Just as a also quick addendum, tonight's presentation really is a direct result of the number of questions that were asked about disaggregating some data and collecting some things from the initial presentation a month or so ago. So we're working to provide some of that information this evening. And this is an ongoing and important initiative that's getting ready to start off. So by no means I think we're done, but we wanted to be responsive to the last time that we met and talked about all this.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. Good evening, board members, Durham community. It's a pleasure to be here, provide some high-level overview of our enrollment data as it relates to projections for 24-25. We are going to focus at the board's request on elementary. And so this evening, we'll walk through the preliminary projections. This is, again, as we seat the lottery and as we process transfer requests, that will lead into an update from Ms. Marshall on our application lottery status, touch points for families, and then our availability for any discussion. So Upfront, we want to say that for the projections for 24-25, we have been historically here in Durham for the last 3 years at 31,000 students. We project for 24-25 to be right at that level as well. That's important. I know we want to talk school by school, but at a district level, we're stable, especially as we've come through the global pandemic. When we talk about students, we also have to talk about seats, and fitting the two together is much of what our work is within school planning and within Growing Together. On the bottom part of that fraction, the seats part, that is the seats in a grade, a school, in a district. The top part of that are enrolled students. That is overall for our boundary schools, for our application schools, how many students do we project by school, even by grade within the schools? So it's a very delicate process of bringing together the boundary students within Durham Public Schools, again, not only at a school level, but at a grade level. The rules for Growing Together, we're setting the board with stabilization for grades 4 and 5, legacy attached siblings that are younger, as well as the history of honoring the DLI enrollments, transfer requests, and EC placements. We are currently now in that lottery and transfer approval window as we go through that process. It is very much right sizing to make sure that we're not over assigning some of our schools, particularly at our smallest schools where enrollment is a very delicate process. So the core question that we've had is, how many students do we anticipate for next year? A projection is answering that question. But there's another question we also have to be mindful of as we answer the first one, which is, what do we look like in 5 and 10 years out? Remembering that Growing Together was not intended solely for 24-25, but for the next 5 and 10 years as Durham continues to grow. As we see the cranes on the horizon and the skyline, we have to be looking at both parts. Projection is an annual student by student and class level analysis. The forecast is taking us out over many years. It's looking at county birth rates. It's looking at new homes and new neighborhoods that are being built. We're asking that we are able to come back next month and talk about the long term, but today we'll just focus on the present, the projection for next year. Now, historically, we would use a cohort retention model, which is to say, what percentage of my kindergartners become first graders by classroom, by grade, by school, and for the district. However, with Growing Together, we have a lot of moving parts as discussed. We have our boundary students, we have those that have applied in the lottery, we have legacy students and siblings of legacy students, students that have been a part of an active DLI program. All of those have to factor in. So what we've done is map every student across Durham Public Schools, not just at a school boundary level, but at a neighborhood level. And that's important. We understand attributes of that neighborhood, such as median family income, percentage of students that are attending their boundary school. So we have understanding now in a much more nuanced way across Durham Public Schools in Durham County of decisions that families and groups of families or neighborhoods are making really block by block. That for the grade K3 projection is the method that we've used this year. That really gives us the highest level of certainty and resolute answers that we can give in partnership with the Office of Student Assignment. In addition, for grades 4-12, we use that industry standard cohort retention, which is to say the percentage of students that are 9th graders that may become 10th graders. In years gone by, we've used exclusively the cohort retention rate, but because of the delicate nature of Growing Together, we've been very intentional to account for every student. With that, let me hand it to Ms. Marshall to give an update on the application lottery.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and good evening, everyone. So at the last work session, the board asked that we share information regarding the 24-25 lottery applications, highlighting the racial demographics of applicants, as well as provide an update on our overall lottery for application schools. Oh, sorry. So here you see the overall demographics of our school district for the 23-24 school year. And here you see the overall demographics for lottery applicants for the 24-25 school year. I'll give you just a second to take that in. And we also wanted to provide an update regarding the application school lottery. So to provide context, 82% of elementary families will attend their assigned school. And these are students that that live in their boundary. These are the legacy students that Mr. Palmer just shared, our rising fourth and fifth grade students, our DLI students, as well as siblings of those legacy students and any previously approved hardship transfers. And so of the 18% of families that did apply in the lottery, 31% were offered the very first priority in the lottery. And these are families who are seeking program continuity and are currently attending a Montessori, an IB, or a year-round school. And with this, we are pleased that 82% of these students with that first priority have been seated and or offered a seat. And we will continue to pull students from the waiting list until June 30th for our year-round schools and July 31st for our traditional schools. And in this section, we wanted to respond to a great question that was posed regarding the number of touch points that a family would need to encounter as we approach next school year. So in the following slide, we provided a guide for parents as we prepare to transition into the 24-25 school year. So for a family, the very first stop would be to verify your school assignment. What school will your baby go to next year? And a family can do this by using the school locator tool that you can find on our website, by contacting their school's enrollment teams. They are ready and willing and excited to share that information with you. And of course, the Office of Student Assignment, you are welcome to call the Office of Student Assignment and we can help you identify that school. And as a reminder, our fourth and fifth grade, our current rising fourth and fifth grade students are reassigned to their current school for that stability as they complete their elementary school years. And then the second step is optional for our families seeking DPS after school care. And as you all know, that lottery is currently open and will close on April 19th. Then the third step is to either complete the new student enrollment process for our kindergarten students or our new to Durham Public Schools families, or for our current families to complete the annual back to school form. And the new student enrollment portal is currently open on our website for the 24-25 school year, and the annual back to school form will become available in the coming weeks. It'll open up in May for our year-round school. So please be on the lookout for more information about that. And that form really helps us prepare for next year. And then the final step is the fun step, where we are inviting our families. I know you're hearing about those welcome events that are happening across our district at our elementary school students. We invite our families, our new families, our returning families to go hang out at their new school, to hang out at their school, get to know your community and your school, and really enjoy that time together. And of course, all through that time, if you're offered a lottery seat, you are welcome to accept or decline that seat. And with that, I will pass it back to Dr. Pittman.
So I'm going to invite Mr. Palmer to be at the ready, and we are open for discussion or questions from board members.
Board members, any discussion?
May I ask a couple of clarifying questions myself? If you can go back to the slide with the touch points, the 1 through 4. Amongst the questions that have been asked, I think from some families are, what happens or at what point or when are you able to do some other things that are sort of associated with this process? Like if you don't like or don't want the school that you're assigned to and you don't have a way to go into the lottery, if you want to do like a hardship transfer, where does the hardship transfer come in? And I can't remember if there was a related transportation question where families have to ask for something, and at what point does that happen there?
I can certainly respond to the hardship transfer. The transfer application window is open. It opened March 1st, and we prioritize those students through May 1st. So those are families who may be interested in applying for a hardship transfer.
Right. And hardship transfers are, it is a process available to any family, but hardship transfers, I think it's really important for people to not remember that the word hardship comes in the front of that. And there are some statutory language that goes along with what it means to be a hardship transfer. And it's not that one thing overrides any other thing in terms of those, but you're talking about what's in the best interest of a student based on special circumstances and what's best for the district and the schools based on the district and schools needs. And sometimes those don't align. And so that's why the word hardship is in front of it. And hardship transfers ultimately come to the board for a final decision. So just a little clarification since those have come up as well.
Board Member Byer?
Yeah, just along those lines, Ms. Marshall, do you have any idea of whether you're seeing more of those submitted than on a typical year, and whether we should kind of start blocking time to be able to hear those when we get to the month of May?
Yeah, I have been taking a look for my own pleasure, but and yours as well. But we are there are more right now. We have around 300 in the hardship transfer portal. Around this time, usually we're trending around 200, so there is an uptick.
And families can find that policy on our website. I forget its number, but you probably have it.
It's 4132.
4132. See, you're awesome.
Anybody else? Or Chair Umstead?
Can I just ask a clarifying question about the hardships? When, Ms. Byer asked about should the board be blocking some time off? So when should families expect if they want to get to I'm appealing to the board, time frame wise, where does that come?
Yeah, so we were working very diligently. So we also have another transfer opportunity, the opt-out, the program opt-out transfer. So we processed those first. We have completed those thanks to Ms. Bingham in our office. And so we have started processing those hardship transfers. So families should start getting, we have until June 1st for those responses, but families will start to notice those those decisions from the Office of Student Assignment coming into their emails in the coming weeks.
And I will also comment that the policy has been translated into Spanish. And I do know because there was a question about accessibility in terms of language access. And we do have those policies that have been translated. And yeah, I'm going to make room for my colleagues. Any other comments? Yes, Board Member Rogers.
Thank you for this update. I also have a clarifying question about the transfer portal. So you said there are 300 families there now. Do you have any way of 300 requests? Do you have any way of knowing if any of those students are connected?
So there are 300 across the K-12. So that I've received across K-12. When you say connected, are you saying as in siblings or often there, just knowing the landscape, often there are siblings that are, but I have not recorded that information, but
That's fine. That's helpful. Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the touch points and the ask about transportation. So I look forward to hearing that, but I also made that request for the transportation team. Thanks.
Board Member Ricardo Otten.
Thank you so much. It's great to get these updates. I really like this, the data slides, and I had a few questions about those, if that's okay. The first is that there's a few schools, including some application schools, that are projected to be significantly over-enrolled. We'll start with them, maybe. Can you tell us a little bit more about how does this happen with our system, and what are we planning to do to make sure that we're supporting those schools? Like the most, it looks like the greatest overcapacity will be Lakewood, for example, that's projected to be 79 students over capacity. So how are we supporting the needs of students and staff in those?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Board Member Carter Otten. I want to clarify with regards to capacity and what's presented there. Two different concepts. One is what the state affords us with regards to our overall class size averages for grades kindergarten through third grade. Again, to reset the board and the public, that's 18 for kindergarten, 16 for first grade, 17 for second and third. HB 90 also affords a district at a classroom level to go 3 over. So there is a planned capacity so that we've been targeting that legislative level of 18, 16, 17, and 17. So if there's been any discrepancies on presented capacities, I want to clarify that planned capacity is intentionally focusing on compliance with HB 90 at the average. We do have a maximum capacity, which is more than that when you roll that up over those grades. So when you add in those 3 by classroom, that's the absolute maximum capacity before we start putting 2 instructors in 1 classroom to stay in compliance. I want to be clear about that as well. So the Lakewood is a great example. Lakewood's planned capacity, as you were aware, is 354, but its maximum capacity would be 390. That allows us to go beyond that if we need to. What it is saying specifically is in those instances where we are slightly over, that is a reflection of prior board priorities. In particular, we're honoring historic DLI program at Lakewood. That's 81 students, right? As well as linking siblings. So in the spirit of implementation of Growing Together, there are a variety of additional extenuating circumstances that families qualify. We have accounted for every one of those children. So if we have an older sibling in grades 4, 5, and a younger sibling in grade K3, we've attached them and ensured that those families can stay together so long as the older sibling is enrolled in the school. That's approximately 500 students across the district that we've accounted for student by student, sibling by sibling. So in instances where we're over, you're often seeing that those board implementation rules, if you will, from summer of 2023, particularly at Lakewood, which is a small municipal city school, part of a larger school system, but it really comes together at that point. So Lakewood is an example there. The other 2 that I think were noted, in particular, for example, we are recognizing that through Growing Together, we have boundary plus lottery assignment, right? So we are feathering that together. We're comfortable in saying that we'll be in compliance with that maximum capacity, while at the same time recognizing that we are going to need to pay a particular close eye on HB 90 compliance, which is a twice annual affidavit that we as a district review with our school enrollment to make sure our class size averages are in conformity with the state mandate. I know that's a lot, but I want to make sure I give you the full answer there.
Thank you. No, that makes sense. And yes, so I recognize, I think it is important to note that a lot of the issues that we're seeing right now are the result of board decisions that, for better or for worse, benefit some families, and they're making it challenging to implement some aspects of Growing Together right now. But I guess part of my question is like, how are we, like, do we add trailers? Do we how are we supporting those schools to make sure that there is actually space in there for all the children that are going to be in there?
Sure. And one of the important things I'll kind of answer, but expand and contextualize the question in my response, in that when we've been looking at lottery seats who've been factoring together, it may even be helpful to go back to the slide that shows students over seats, because on that top line shows you all the inputs that we're considering of boundary students, lottery assignment students, Growing Together rules, transfers, and EC. So we're factoring all of that in. The maximum capacity gives us that breathing room to go above, but we've been focused on, for student assignment, particularly with lottery and transfer requests, we've been focusing on accounting for boundary and Growing Together implementation rules. And then the remaining seats at that planned capacity is what we've been using for lottery assignments to ensure that when school opens for 24-25, we're targeting that planned capacity in accordance with HB 90. That does give us some breathing room at a classroom level. If a family moves in mid-year, that we're able to take that in stride and still be in compliance without having to add an additional teacher or an additional classroom.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And I really appreciate all of your work on this, your entire team, because I know this is incredibly complex. So thank you for navigating this, including some of the decisions that the board made that you're having to navigate now. Just one more question, which is on the flip side. So then we have some schools that are projected to be under capacity, and some of these are application schools, and many have a wait list. Could you just help us understand those numbers a little bit better?
I'd love to. Importantly, in the presentation that you have, we have planned capacity, which is the overall number of students K-5. That is not inclusive of pre-K or EC separate setting placements. We'll name that up front. What it also is not fully able to say in a singular data point is that those capacities really do lock in at a grade level. So you may be looking and saying, if we were to pull a school, for example, WG Pearson with a planned capacity of 438 and an enrollment of 352 at the grades K3, we have a wait list at those grades in grades 4, 5, because again, legislation doesn't mandate class size at the upper grades. So in those instances where you're seeing some room there, I'll name, for example, WG Pearson or Burton or Watts, that there looks to be capacity, that would be in the upper grades in grades 4 and 5. At the grades K3, we are fully assigned in those spaces. And so HB 90 doesn't afford us to be liberal with the assignment of students at an overall building capacity. It really is down to the classroom and then the grade. So Ms. Marshall, as we're processing applications and transfer requests, is looking what is both the planned capacity and the max capacity for first grade at a school, identifying all of the students that we've named and seeing, are there any remaining seats? And that's when we can begin to pull in a lottery application or approve transfer.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Board Member Lewis.
It sounds like a jigsaw puzzle. Just the right fit with the right numbers in the classrooms and the lottery and the boundary. So thank you for all your hard work on this and this presentation. With the additional magnets, I know that our goal was to increase access. And I know that also that it's going to take 2 or 3 years, maybe 5, to see the impact of these changes across the different schools, particularly with the 4th and 5th graders within their schools. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I am wondering about, you had mentioned the 31% priority. What percentage, well, where's my question? Can you share what percentage of elementary school families received their first choice last year and how many received their first choice this year as a data point of?
Yes, and I may not have that information with me. I do have it. So 60% of our K-5 applicants have received their first choice in 24-25. Last year it was 43%.
So a 23% difference and increase to get their first choice is amazing. And that's really important when parents are applying to, they are very intentional to make those determinations of first choices. That matters with the siblings. And again, the jigsaw puzzle all together. So it will be a while till we see those intentional changes. I know it was important to this board for 4th and 5th graders to be legacied in their school based on, COVID, what grade those children were when COVID hit and we were at home, and just developmental needs. And I know that that has created additional work, and you guys have done an amazing job in trying to get all those pieces together with this matrix, in that I am still one of the forewarnings we had about this was the impact it may have on transportation. So I also wait to hear more about transportation and what that looks like with these children. And can you remind me, and I think you said this earlier, speaking of the transfers, how many were opt-out transfers?
8. We're in the 80s. I think it's today I looked, and we may have been up to 88.
Okay.
As,
But most people are still choosing to stay where they are.
mhm.
And you may not know this, but how well are we doing with those open houses, I will call them? I'm sure. What's the better word? What are we calling them?
With the weeks of with the
Welcome.
welcome events,
Welcome events. How well attended are those?
I don't have that information to be honest, but I look to Ms. Cooper if there is any information.
Good evening, everyone. One thing that we are really excited about is the support, number one, that the DPS Foundation has provided in allowing our schools to do greater engagement with our families this early prior to the beginning of next school year. And we've seen a lot of activity. If you're frequenting the DPS homepage, you'll see a listing of all of those events, and we publish on social media weekly all of the activities that are happening. I can tell you I don't have hard numbers right now on what our attendance looks like, but the opportunities have increased, and that has also encouraged families to come out and engage. And so we are also assisting with planning district-wide events. Specifically, we have one scheduled for next week for our year-round families, and their numbers are increasing for that to help them with the transition for the upcoming school year. So I think the good thing is, because we have increased the number of opportunities, we are seeing more families, but I would have to get back with you to get a concrete number on what that looks like.
Thank you for making that available. Thank you, DPS Foundation, for just being an amazing partner with us. So thank you. That's it for my questions.
Vice Chair Chavez?
Just like you read my mind. I didn't even say anything, but yes, I did have some questions. So I wanted to know, and thank you for all this data. Really appreciate the disaggregated data. That's really helpful. It's a lot to dig through, and it just gives a richer picture of what's going on. I just wanted to know, I think my biggest question is, what do you feel like is working well with the lottery process, and what do you feel like needs to be improved going through this, especially this year as we prepare for growing together? What's your kind of assessment?
I think one of the, I think back to Superintendent Moore's words, the glows and grows. We are very excited about our new platform, which we've gotten really good feedback about the ease and the ease and usability of it from our parents. We were able to offer 3 lottery assistant application days. On Saturdays, we were at staff development ready to assist families. Those numbers weren't as high as they usually are, and we heard back, but the applications were still there. So we were very excited about the usability of that new product. It's still pretty early in the process. We know that there are things that we will learn, and we're actually going to take some time this summer to evaluate and bring some folks to the table and be able to have those good conversations and really talk about the glows and grows. So there's more to come, but it's pretty, when I think about what could we make better? There are things that we want to sit back and hear from our family. We have some soft data from emails, but we want to hear from families, from our schools. So just really taking the time to evaluate that from a more comprehensive, in a more comprehensive way, and be happy to share that and look forward to sharing that.
If I could add one thing to that, I do think that our most important ambassadors always with this type of change are going to be our building level administrators, because they are the ones that have the relationships with the family and they're doing the work at the school. I do believe that as we move forward, how we capture their feedback on how we can better build their capacity to own how this is working and what it means for them and their families, because that's who families pay attention to and listen to, and that's where they go. We need to make sure that our district products website tools are good and that they work well and we get feedback on them. But we also need to make sure that we're building the capacity of our principals, because I think that's been a little bit of a sticking point as well. Not all of our principals are as comfortable or understand as much about how this is working and what it means. And so they're experiencing it for the first time as well. So I think that's going to be a place where we really need to get feedback.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I guess my other area of question is around looking at the data around the percentage of Hispanic or Latine families who are participating in the lottery. And I wanted to know if this, where is the percentage? If it's comparable to what it's been in the past, with the population overall of our students being the Hispanic population of our students being 35% of their overall student body. It says 24% participated in the lottery. And I would also, offer the caveat that maybe people are also very satisfied with their neighborhood schools, and that's awesome. It's not that people need to obviously participate in the lottery, but I do wonder about that access point. So I just wanted to hear a little bit about, and I know you all are always working on ways to expand language access and just accessibility in general. But do you know if it's comparable to the percentage of Latinx students that we've had participate in the past? And what do you feel like have been the most effective ways of increasing that percentage, or what would you like to do differently? And I also recognizing you just said we'll hear more after the summer, so.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I was able to take a look at just some general information over the past 4 years. And regarding our families that speak Spanish, they are, we're very comparable over the past 4 years, between 23 and 25% of those applications that we've received since 2021, the 21-22 school year, between 23 and 25. So, and we're at 24% this year. As you know, we work very, very closely with the Multilingual Resource Center, our ESO Registration Center, with the targeted days where they are Monday through Friday during the application window. They have open door policy appointments. They're Saturday, very visible for those Saturdays for families who may work during the week. So they are indeed partners throughout the lottery application window and bringing families in. I'll also look to, as we think about next steps and how we continue to engage our family, again, I know Ms. Cooper is like, but I'll pass that over to her, as she is our leader in that.
I will briefly say, we will continue our conversations with the Office of Student Assignment, our partners at MRC. We know that communication is something that we can always improve, and that is certainly what we intend to do moving forward to make sure that all families have opportunity and access to participate in the lottery should they choose to.
Thank you all. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
And our Chair Umstead?
Step 2, on the demographic overview, that's K-12, is that correct? Not just elementary, but K-12 students who are applying for transfers?
Yes, that was K-12
Okay.
For the lottery.
For the lottery. And then the other, sorry, not for transfers, for the lottery, that's right. The other question I think that's come up from families, and it's related a little bit to what Superintendent Moore said around communication. As families are navigating transfers and hardships and that kind of work, how are we supporting principals to be able to communicate with families? Is that all going to your office? What's the right way to tell families they have questions, they're not unsure, they don't know what to do? Who should they be talking to?
I know we talk about the enrollment teams a lot. We have really built up our enrollment teams. Just had a meeting with them. Principals are leaders in that on that team, but every school is staffed with an enrollment team, and we are providing updates. Just this week, our McKinney-Vento office presented on how to support families who are moving into schools, and reminding them of all of the upcoming changes. So we are really building the capacity for our schools through that enrollment team, and the leaders of that enrollment team are the principals, and we provide those updates during their leadership meetings. So we are doing as much as we can to build them up. Of course, they call, we are right there with them, providing any kind of help and assistance, technical assistance, so they know that they can reach out. But really, when we're thinking about schools, we are leaning into those enrollment teams.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm going to comment on a sticky point, and this is about the board here. We have a process by which families can appeal any decision. Say, for example, they go to the student assignment office and they want to transfer into a magnet program. And I saw some faces. I know this is a sticky thing because policy says, that transfers into magnet schools is not something that that we currently support, and that is our policy. But I've been hearing from families that it's not a practice because it is policy that we don't do that. However, this board has power to waive policy for a time period. I don't want to throw this curveball right now. I just want us to hypothetically consider what would that do to the processes if we were to, under a statutory, as we're implementing the first year or two. And again, this is hypothetical because this board, every single one of these votes, right? Like, we have had these requests over time. and we navigate this. When folks appeal, they follow the process, and it comes to us. But I just want to hear from administration, what do you anticipate? And not too many details, because this is not, but just in general, like, what would that feel like instead of just the concrete facts? Yeah.
I'm gonna try to take a stab at what you're asking, make sure before we start answering. And a clarifying question first. If a parent is interested in a transfer to a magnet program and board policy currently says you can't do that, if they fill out the transfer application anyway, what happens?
So administration doesn't have the authority to approve.
Right?
So it would be denied in the Office of Student Assignment.
And then they could request a board level appeal,
Then they would appeal to the superintendent's office and then to the board.
eventually to the board. So the process is already there. And I think that's the point that I want to make clear is there's board policy that says you can't do it, but that doesn't mean that parents, I mean, if I were a parent, I would not be reading board policy. So I would apply anyway, and then I'd be told no, and then I should be told what my due process is in terms of the next step and the next step. So there's already a place for how that happens.
Yeah, we've seen examples. We have actually, folks who look at our board docs will see that we have had examples of folks requesting to be transferred into a magnet program. But I think in terms of implementation, as so many changes are happening all at once, this board is very receptive to the work that is happening and how there's attention to detail and so many things that are dependent, kind of connected. But waiving that policy will have to be on a case-by-case basis. And I guess I just wanted to just mention that, because that has been a request from community members who say, is that the whim of this board? And this is obviously going to have to follow that process that folks have already followed with the Office of Student Assignment. But I'm not going to put you on the spot in terms of like, no, don't do it.
I think Ms. Valladares, you're right. Parents can appeal to the board, and it wouldn't be waiving. The board would just need to make a decision on each individual transfer. So not necessarily waiving policy per se, because the process is there, but then the board listens to an appeal and makes a decision on each one of those transfers.
And that, I love this state statute that Ms. Moore referred to that guides each and every transfer as an individual. But, having had to say no a lot of times on that policy specifically, just to be clear to families and not to give false hope to folks in the community, the reason that I say no when it's very hard to do is because I want our process to be fair. And every time that staff is saying no, it's because making that decision on behalf of an individual family puts them ahead of others on this list. And so our staff says yes when capacity is there. Our staff says yes when transfer meets policy. Y'all's job, you love to say yes. I mean, you do. No one likes to say no to families. But it's maintaining that system of fairness, and that's the reasoning behind a lot of difficult no's that I've struggled with in the past.
Thank you. Any other further comments?
I had questions if you're finished with your.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Thanks. So I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the data behind it and the complexity of the work you all are doing. I want to acknowledge that while these are numbers on a screen, these are children and families that are very much dealing and struggling with change. And know that you all are bringing that heart of approaching families as individuals and the stress that they are under. And I think we have put our principals in some difficult places because our principals also want to say yes. They want to keep students that are there. They want to keep teachers that are there. They want to keep their enrollment high. So I wonder, and you answered a lot about how the K-3 class size is limiting what we can do, right, as far as projecting and growing. But I want us to look for ways that we might be able, I'm not happy with the enrollment at 31,000, neither are you all. That's not our vision for the district. Are there places and ways, and specific schools where we can stretch, do more outreach in a targeted way. Some of these schools that are under-enrolled. Are there resources that the board can allocate to help with that? That door-to-door knocking is because we know that Durham Public Schools are actually the best place for children in Durham to be served, to meet their needs. And so are there specific schools on the bottom of this list where you think that we could target extra resources to help their enrollment?
Matthew, before you answer, if I could just add one additional piece of context to the question. I think a piece that comes first really is understanding whether all of the schools that have a negative, to automatically say that's a bad thing versus the fact that staff may be looking to, as a part of the Growing Together initiative, lower that enrollment to have space for growth that's occurring in the community or other factors. And so I think what you have to look at is, are there schools that are dropping in enrollment that are not the intended outcome for those schools? And that would be where we would want to focus the efforts that you're talking about.
That's super important. And the places where it says retired trailers, I mean, yes, that's our long-term goal, but I wouldn't ever advise retiring trailers anytime soon, knowing how difficult they are to get permitted and back up. So mobile classrooms, cabins, as my daughter's 5th grade teacher called it.
Thank you. Takes my breath away to talk about data here, because there's a lot in the question, Ms. Byer, and Superintendent Moore. I do want to lift that up for a moment. 6 of these schools are significantly over capacity today. In fact, the ones that see the largest decreases in enrollment, I will name it for the board and for the public, those are intentional with regards to 3 factors. One, they are already beyond, in their current 23-24 enrollment, beyond the capacity for HB 90, the planned capacity. Right, so I will name Bethesda, Parkwood, and Glen. It's 3 exhibits of that. Number 2, Bethesda and Glen are actually under renovation. Glen literally with crews on site today. Our sweet spot for utilization, enrolled divided by planned capacity, is about 85 to 95%. That affords for the absorption of a family that moves in mid-year, or any variety of factors that will change enrollment. We do not want to be at 100%. I realize we talk about efficiency. Are you using every seat? But we want to be able to breathe for our campuses, because an over-enrolled campus isn't just about seats. That's car queue, lunch periods, and beyond. I would also go beyond that in talking about Holt, which is another renovation campus forthcoming at 620 with a planned capacity of 584. Hope Valley at 634 with a planned capacity of 556. There are students today that are in mobile classrooms that this is very much designed, if you go back to the prior strategic plan 5C, fiscal and operational responsibility. We're trying to get our children inside of brick and mortar classrooms. This gets us there. Ms. Byer, certainly I hear you with regards to the challenges of bringing mobiles onto a campus, but also there are challenges with teaching children in those mobiles too. And we are very intentional about saying there is no perfect plan, but this is, in many of these instances, if we're to go through the enrollment decreases, those are with intentionality, either through accounting for future residential growth, hopefully sunsetting mobile classrooms, and being intentional about onboarding programs, particularly our DLI programs, which are going to take time for us to get there. So it is allowing us room to grow into our residential developments. There's 160 in the county. Those are neighborhoods, not 160 homes. It's 25,000 homes. It's 160 neighborhoods and or townhomes, et cetera. I could go through that with you, Ms. Byer, briefly, but I would say in general, there is not one school that we have not been very intentional in working with school leadership. We've been doing intensive programs supporting our year-round campuses, as well as all of our elementary schools, full-day workshops on enrollment, projections, capacity, not just for this year, but for the long term, recognizing if we dial that up to 100% today, next year could be more complicated as those students matriculate. The step from kindergarten to 1st grade, we lose 2 seats per classroom. It goes from 18 to 16. and then back up to 17 and 17, and we have to be in compliance with that. So in no way do I want to sidestep the question. I think that we need to be thinking about enrollment in Durham Public Schools writ large. The new strategic plan has a goal for 35,000 students. Enrollment today is stable, and the applications that as you've heard, are across the board strong in our application schools. I couldn't single out a school, but I can say our planners, student assignment, and the entire Growing Together team is working school by school with those student enrollment teams and the school leadership on campus to say, what does it look like this year and what does it look like in the years ahead? So I hope that's helpful.
It's super helpful. And I look forward to just continuing to work with our CIP plan and our county leaders to go ahead and consider land banking, things in the future that actually will allow us to plan and build for future growth, because that's where Growing Together takes us. I would love in the future to see more about the EC and pre-K enrollment around the district. I think that's an important piece of this that we don't talk enough about, but to know where those specialized programs are. But I so much appreciate your leadership. Ms. Marshall, on the transfer and the opt-out, it concerns me sometimes that we have families that might want to stay in that K3 ages, that might want to, or K2, I guess, might want to stay at their school because they love their school. And are you seeing applications come in for that, where they might be setting themselves up not to be in the right secondary plan down the road and just be kind of delaying a change that might come later?
I am still early in the reviewing of the applications, many of them, and of course, I'm looking for them to meet the policy 4132. But I'm sure there are some that indicate the love for their school. Is your question? I'm sorry if I missed the question.
So I just wonder if there's places map by map where, and address by address, let me see if I'm making sense, where they want to stay and not go ahead and move a younger child. But actually, if they went ahead and moved them now, rather than waited till middle school, they would be with a cohort where they continue on to middle school, high school. Are we looking at each of those on a case-by-case basis and making sure families understand getting next year's transfer might put them in a more stressful position as they age through this?
Yes, when I even in current transfer, because we're still processing transfers even for this year, really thinking about how it could, the impacts of future years and having those conversations with parents as they come to me. I do reach out by phone and make sure that it's clear to families and how things and changes in the future could impact families. So certainly on a case by case, as I read the transfers, and if something comes up, those families are contacted.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Otten?
I forgot one more question about the data, and it's it's about the elementary application lottery demographics by school. Thank you for putting that together. Just one clarifying question. Is this the applications received, or is it those accepted into the seats at each of these schools?
That's by all of the applications received.
Okay, so these numbers are applications received on slide 16 and proportion in each demographic group. Okay, thank you.
I have, just checking if anybody else has a comment. I do have a comment about prioritization. This is something we talked about already previously in the agenda review with small group board members. When it comes to prioritization, there's sibling prioritization, there's all kinds of prioritization that has happened. The question, I guess, is for those families who were previously in a school that was considered a neighborhood school, and now that school has become a magnet. Essentially, they're having to do, the application, but it used to be a neighborhood school. They used to have access to it. Can you tell us a little bit more about all the considerations and prioritization that are also being considered, and also where this one would falls within that prioritization work?
So we did prioritize families that are currently attending their schools. So the currently attending program were the first priority, then our siblings, And then there was a priority that was offered for students that are currently attending their schools. So those families may see themselves listed higher and if they rank that school as their first.
Thank you so much for that. And to anybody that I talked about weighted, just if you would just explain a little bit more about this is prioritization, but you have really mapped out all the different ways to support families and have backups. So I don't know if any of you wants to speak on that distinction.
So the way we do right now, we use priority. And in the coming years, we'll start looking at weights with our socioeconomic weighting and looking at different, how variables, multiple variables may impact the lottery. But in our current and previous years, we've used priority
Yes.
as I just described in our lotteries.
Thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate that. If there are no more discussion items, this item is an update and let me just double check here. Only here for discussion. So we're going to move on to our amended agenda that is, that is now operations services. Starting with transportation.
To start while the team is getting settled and apologizing for our, Noman, many of you were here very late last session. We didn't get to your presentation, so I want to apologize for that and thank y'all for coming back today.
Good evening again, board members, Superintendent Moore. We're delighted to bring you an update for our strategic initiatives and ongoing efforts to improve our quality of service for our students that request and require transportation yellow bus service. This presentation is not just about the yellow bus, it really is about all 31,000 of our students, making sure no matter what mode they choose to get to school, that we are focused on making sure it is easy for them to get to school. The magic happens in the classroom. I want to introduce Director Joe Harris. He is a 29-year veteran of Durham Public Schools. His staff is with us this evening. They are combination, an all-star team of seasoned veterans and rising stars in transportation. I'm going to hand it to Mr. Harris. I know they prepared and are excited about this evening. Joe, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Palmer. Good evening to everyone, to the board, to our Superintendent Moore, to everyone gathered here tonight. Thank you for this opportunity, and we're going to go ahead and dive into this information here tonight. So if we could, we can begin here, please. So we will begin, our agenda tonight will be Transportation and Fleet Services Overview, Strategic Initiatives, Achieved in Progress, and the Future. Next slide. We start with our Transportation and Fleet Services Overview. Next slide. This slide names the team, specifically those who will speak with you tonight, but they are but a portion of more than 300 exemplary classified staff, all operating in critical roles that keep students safe and in the school. Next slide, please. Our why, getting from home to school. There is at least a 6-step process to getting kids to school on time. The family has to enroll, that has to be updated in Power School, we'll assign them to a route, and our mechanics are up at the crack of dawn to ensure that these buses are safe and are making sure they're road ready for our families, for our students who are ready to board them, and all before our dedicated employees who are our bus drivers and our safety assistance begin the day of picking up our most precious cargo here at Durham Public Schools, our students, and drop them off when it's time to start their day. Next slide, please. What do? Student ridership, fleet services, community transportation. The difference between YES in Power School and daily ridership, 19,000 assigned students, 13,000 using the service on a day. Every student in Durham Public Schools starts as a pedestrian, and we'll come back to that. What it takes, next slide. Flexibility and adaptive leadership. It takes a lot of skill and leadership. Definitely flexible and adaptive. Management of daily callouts. Everyone jumps into action in any work capacity wherever it's needed, whether it be routing, answering phones, driving a bus, taking a student, picking up a bus, going to an accident scene. It takes a team. You have to be proactive. We plan and we prepare, training and all those things. When we talk about and look at this slide here, we talk about training. We all know that there was a bus fire which involved one of our school buses with students. The training that Ms. Washington received, that every bus driver receives, was represented in a great way when she was able to make sure that all the students, as well as herself, were able to be safely evacuated following procedures that she had been taught in professional development and professional learning that goes on within the transportation department. We have dedicated people, 24/7 commitment to service, whether it's nights and weekends, breakdowns, emergencies, early mornings, nights, weekends, service calls for local vehicles that are broken down. That's what we do. We make sure that everything that has wheels, it is taken care of within the city with the Durham Public Schools. Next slide, our strategic initiatives. Next slide. Here, you'll see outlined the strategic plan and how it relates to transportation services. Our focus here is workforce, retention, recruitment, representation, and consistency of service. Next slide, please. When we talk about historically where we have been and where we're trying to go, you see on this slide, it outlines quite a bit of information. You'll see historically over the past few years that work that has been done with a few strategies at next step and moving forward, highlighting some of the things that have been done, where we talk about reduced mileage, bell schedule alignment, historic boundary adjustments. Keep in mind forthcoming moving and in place projects, workforce development, school bus technology, managed student ridership, and bus stop safety review. Next slide. Key performance indicators here. When you're talking about key performance indicators, highlight the difference of pre and post-COVID. Ridership dropped, but demand didn't. 19,000 assigned, as I talked about before, but 13,000 on the day of record using the service. Buses run late because we have a number of unique situations. McKinney-Vento, students attending outside of boundaries, special needs students. These all increase the length of routes when you have limited resources and a driver shortage. In spite of it all, we're operating efficiently and safely with a 96% on-time arrival, 96% during time of supply and demand. And at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Kristen Brookshire, who will talk about when we talk about every student beginning as a pedestrian.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Brookshire, and part of my job as lead school planner is improving the trip to school for our students who arrive by walking, biking, and taking transit. So going back to the slide that Mr. Harris showed about the at least 6-step process in children getting to school, that very first step was families choosing the mode that works best for them and their own unique circumstances. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. So for families that choose the bus, we are improving language access through a partnership with the Multilingual Resource Center to be on call early in the morning to help better serve our families who speak Spanish. And for families who choose not to ride the bus, and for our bus riders, as Mr. Harris mentioned, who do start their day as pedestrians, one way we support these trips is through our Safe Routes to School program. And with the latest round of grant funding, we are able to support expanding our offerings up through grade 12, support families in planning their daily trips, not just special events like walk and bike to school day, and embark on a crossing guard location study that will evaluate crossing guard posts and additional locations where there may be an unmet need. And this is something we're doing in partnership with the City Transportation Department and the Police Department. Next slide, please. And I'll invite Corey Bamberg up to talk about deepening our pool of drivers who get our students to school each day.
Way down. Thank you, Kristen. My name is Corey Bamberg. I am the administrative lead for Student Operational Services. Workforce development is, as we've seen, baked into our strategic plan. And we've heard from Director Harris some of the very real consequences when we lack the resources to focus on that goal. So to that end, we launched Project Love the Bus 100, bringing together the Office of Public Affairs, Human Resources, and Transportation in order to build capacity across the operation. Our goal is to hire 50 new bus drivers, as well as get 50 commitments from our existing staff to come on board, earn the CDL, and join our team of ready, willing, able drivers, either in a supplemental sub position deep in our bench. Another big piece of this project is process review. And we found one of our largest barriers is credentialing amid a national skilled labor shortage. There's a bit of competition. So we can wait months to get an applicant into a DMV classroom, or we can choose to be proactive and grow our own. So we will introduce an in-house licensing and training program within transportation in cooperation with NCDMV. And this will shorten our time to hire significantly. And it will also help to nurture the staff we have now. We really believe in school transportation as a career path, and we want to put that to work for everyone. Our commitment extends to fostering a representative workforce, and not to be that guy, but estamos escuchando, queremos oír. We ask students and families to trust us with their literal lives. So we have to engage with them as equals. We are actively exploring methods to improve communication across language barriers, and have developed a plan to intentionally work with Durham's diverse communities to ensure that they have access to the career opportunities that we can offer, and so that their students can be best supported. Next slide, please. So in case you didn't catch that, we're hiring. We are so eager to meet the dedicated folks who, want a stable schedule and a living wage that we want to offer, but who also care about getting kids to school safely and never hauling a certain delivery package to anyone's doorstep ever again. If you have any interest, any questions, we have a QR code here that will lead to a contact form. And there's also a bit.ly/drive DPS. Fill out that form and we will get in touch with you right away. And just to be clear, we are in the process of translating this and other resources into at least into Spanish. So stay tuned for that. That is definitely a part of all of this. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Trevor Arnold, who's here to highlight some exciting new technology.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Moore. My name is Trevor Arnold. I currently serve as the Transportation Technology Coordinator on behalf of Durham Public Schools. A brief overview. Today, I'm going to speak brief overview over the smart card system that we are introducing to Durham Public. This program is to reinsure the safety of a child for parents, as well as help with ridership numbers. Simply knowing where your students board and unboard in the mornings and afternoons, as well as it will be time stamped using a RFID reader and a white card. Secondly, the program will help with providing accurate ridership numbers so that transportation personnel will have a close and accurate number of staff in place for daily operations in the morning and afternoon as well. And lastly, this program it will be piloted with one of our secondary schools. This will give me a chance to run any kinks and or issues that may arise while using the card, scanning on and off the bus. Next slide, please. This slide right here will give a brief demonstration of how the card looks on the bus and what it will look like for a child to board. All right, and with that being said, next I'll call upon Annie Fullwood, the Assistant Director of Transportation, specializing in student ridership.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore. I am Annie Fullwood, Assistant Director of Transportation over student ridership. My main goal is to improve our customer service to our stakeholders, as well as meeting and exceeding our 5B goals for 90% of our student bus riders to arrive safely and on time to school daily. As Mr. Harris mentioned, we have 31,000 students, 19,000 students assigned, and I have an average of 13,000 students riding daily. The work that Trevor is currently doing with our Smart Card initiative will help me to manage and report accurately our student ridership to the state. In North Carolina, we use the EduLog Transportation Information Management System known as TIMS, okay? And we use that to help manage that information. I have a team of 3 route planners who are providing year-round service, updating and improving current routes, preparing for the new school year, as well as summer programming. We strive to provide efficient routing for safe and on-time arrivals, and we do this with the challenges we face with our current driver, people power issues. December 2022, we introduced the EduLog Parent Portal to put bus information in our stakeholders' hands, providing bus assignments, substitution and delay info, as well as bus tracking. Recently, we added real-time transportation information in the hands of our school administrators with the EduLog School Web Assistant. This will allow the school to use this information and see it in real time to be able to get this information to the parents as we navigate that 24 to 48 hour when students are requesting transportation. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is just a snapshot of the EduLog Parent Portal subscribers. We currently have about 17 to 18,000 subscribers for our Parent Portal app. Next slide. Now I'm going to pitch it back to Kristen to speak more on improvements to school accessibility. Thank you.
This part is still interesting. So the distance from home to school is the #1 indicator for mode choice. The growing together regions that you see on the map were designed with transportation access in mind. Families will have access to most of what they need in terms of EC programs, magnet programs, and pre-K within their region, which reduces ride times. The pin drops on the map show our area bus lots and how they're well positioned to serve the regions. Next slide, please. As soon as students leave their home, they're pedestrians first. We review bus stop locations for safety and a standard level of service across the district. Standardizing stop locations will ensure that stops are recognizable for parents with students in multiple grade levels or schools. And when we have standard stops that we know will be used every year by multiple students, That gives us the opportunity to identify and lift up safety infrastructure improvement priorities with our community partners. And for students who need door service because of safety factors, we continue to provide that service. So next slide, and I'll invite up Mr. Leek to talk about operating a safe fleet and how that truly starts 30 days before our students even get on the bus.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Moore. My name is Anthony Leek, Assistant Director of Transportation. This evening, I will give a brief overview of fleet services. DPS has 24 dedicated school bus and fleet service technicians, ensuring all buses and vehicles are safe. Let me pause there, are safe. That's my number one goal. By performing daily inspections, repairs, and scheduled services under the management of John Strobel and Chandria Myers. Mr. John Strobel was appointed to serve on DPI Inspection Committee. Next slide. DPS was awarded $20 million from the EPA for 38 EV school buses, charging stations, and infrastructure. EV buses will improve indoor air quality, reduce noise for our bus riders, and reduce community air pollution control. Next slide, please. We have been working closely with DPS Building Services to ensure that charging infrastructure is in place at all of our locations. Administrative buildings and regional high schools. We will continue to partner with the necessary expansion and charging infrastructure with building services to support our goal. Next slide, please. DPS met the EPA Clean School Bus Grant criteria because we are a large district with Title I funding schools, and we already have charging infrastructure in place. Next slide. And now I would like to invite Mr. Harris back up.
Thank you, Mr. Leek. So now as we talk about the community, student, and family partnerships, next slide, please. So as we summarize and look ahead to the 24-25 school year, our goal is to increase our hiring of employees for the Department of Transportation and decrease the ride times and support growing together implementation and improve representation and support all students regardless of mode of transport. Next slide, please. So parent participation. Here you will see that we have information in regards to student ridership requests. The important thing here is to make sure that everybody knows is there are dates that we are requesting information to be submitted to make sure that students have a ride on the first day of school. It is outlined here with the year-round schools of May 24th, 2024, specialty schools, as well as traditional schools on June 17th, 2024. With this information being readily accessible at the times and dates outlined, it helps us to ensure that students are able to receive a ride on the first day of school. So we can make sure that we have things in place, measures in place, the time to be able to work and do the things that need to be done so we can give service to our families. And also too, just as we talk about different things in parent and community participation, the Love the Bus 100 project that Ms. Bamberg talked about, the support, she said it very well, we are hiring. We're looking for employees every single day. If you're interested in helping get us kids to school safely, then join us. If you want more information, we aren't just looking for drivers. We're looking for every need within the Transportation Services Department. At this time, we'll take questions and discussion.
Board members, any discussion? I just wanted to take a moment before the discussion, since I didn't see anybody raise their hand immediately. But when it comes to the slide, what it takes, can we put that on the screen? It actually has a very important picture. I mean, it has important pictures. But I just want to highlight bus driver Miss Deona Washington, who was honored. She was also honored recently by our mayor, the mayor of Durham, at the State of the City address. And she was given flowers. And I will say that I got a chance to just thank her and just tell her, how can I help? You know, like this is the opportunity, right? Like we give people their flowers and just asking, how can I help? What do you need? Do you have enough monitors? Do you have subs? Do you have, and I started just going off, you know, asking her, what do you have? And you know, she did say she would follow up with me, but I'm wondering, are we checking on making sure that our bus drivers have monitors, subs? Can you tell me a little bit about that? And also, let's keep loving Miss Deona Washington. She is a Shiro, you know, hero, Shiro, and has put us on the map in terms of responsible, on the spot, responsible action that is keeping our kids safe, even in the most unsafe of circumstances. Yeah, thank you.
So when we talk about employees and we talk about safety assistance, yes, we supply buses with safety assistance depending upon the need of the students that ride a particular bus. That's how our safety assistants are assigned. So to make sure that we meet state, local, federal guidelines for some of our special needs students and some of the areas where we have some challenges. Yes, so we are doing all that we can. I have an open door policy. It does not take you have to set an appointment. You come and I'll talk. We'll have conversation. I'll go out and talk with people. I'll meet people out where I'm out at the schools and that different things, having those conversations, trying to make sure that we're keeping the morale boosted and high at the times of these, because of course we have a lot of people that are competing for our employees with different things. But if we can try to do our best to keep morale and keep camaraderie together, you know, that's one of the most important things. When people feel appreciated, that goes a long way. And that's not just for bus driver safety assistance. When people feel appreciated, they'll do things for you that they wouldn't ordinarily do. When they don't feel well, I'll go ahead and go to work anyway, just because I want to make sure that my children are good, make sure my students don't have to wait for a sub who may be a few minutes late. We try our best to make sure, along with this staff here, every day that we treat people like we want to be treated and set an example. At the end of the day, it's always my goal to make sure that I treat everyone with respect and dignity, because I want to be able to lay my head down at night and know I've done the right thing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joe Harris, and thank you for everything you do. I'm going to pass it to my colleagues, and I see Vice Chair Chavez has comments.
I really want to say I love that energy. Thank you so much. That's a philosophy and a practice. So I truly appreciate it. I want to say, yeah, your presentation got me so jazzed. I was like, maybe I should drive a bus.
We'll be glad
But
to have you.
I don't think you all want me driving a bus. That's not my calling, but I am glad that it is many people's calling. And you have a very impressive team. Thank you all for this presentation. Really excellent. And it's just nice to see more of the people behind the work. There are so many people behind what happens every day. So thank you. I wanted to say I really love the Love the Bus 100 initiative. That's awesome. Innovative. So that's really great. I had a couple questions. One is, could you speak on what are the most common reasons that buses are late?
So when we talk about one of the most common reasons that buses are late is because of the sub pool. When we talk about, you think about a sub pool for inside the classroom, there may be subs that you can call upon that they can schedule ahead of time. When we talk about supply and demand within transportation, it's we're working very hard to replenish our sub pool. Our sub pool right now is at 0 because we have those employees in actual roles right now driving every single day. So when we talk about a late bus, it has to be that everybody here has already been sent out. They're driving, you know, we're doing everything we can do to try to cover runs. It's because of the call outs on a particular any given day, which in it seems like on Fridays and Mondays, it may be more elevated than other days, but that is the main factor that determines whether bus runs late or not.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Harris, that means that many of our bus drivers are driving multiple routes to cover for when we don't have subs available.
That is correct. We have some bus drivers that are driving 6, 7 runs per day. When I talk about 6 runs, I'm talking about 2 for one particular school in the morning, 2 for particular school. When we talk about our tiered system, where we've already been able to place elementary, middle, and high school on the flat surface as far as times across the board, that has helped us as well, because at one time we had elementary that was at one time, another time, and another, it was across the board. So now we use all those times together in our favor, just to kind of give you of insight of why we say that works for us. When you've got a student that goes to Merrick Moore, if you got a student that goes to Glenn Elementary School, if you've got students right in the same area and they go to school at the same time, guess what we do? Ms. Forward, they place those students on the same bus, they drop off at Glenn, they navigate on to Merrick Moore, where in the past, those two schools were on a different bell schedule. So that has helped tremendously. And along with the other efforts and the things that we're doing currently, it's helping us to improve that service as well.
Thank you. That's really helpful to understand. And my other question is about bus monitors. And I shared some data just this afternoon that I had gotten from Mr. Johnson. Thank you for that data. I was circling back to it. It looked like there are more bus monitor subs than there are bus monitors. Is that correct? Or no? I didn't see that. Or maybe I got it mixed up.
Somehow, no,
But
I don't know. It got
the
flipped.
numbers got,
The
okay.
numbers got
So
flipped.
the
The
number
lines
that I'm
actually
looking.
flipped, should be
Gotcha.
flipped.
Okay. I was just confused by that, but now I understand. And yeah, so you answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board Member Lewis?
Did I ever tell y'all, I used to have my CDL? I drove buses, a activity bus about 30 years ago. We talked about this. And, but I do want to know like the process, what it takes. And you're looking to hire 100 new drivers. With that, getting a CDL, I know we had some problems previously with getting the test and paying for the test, and then there's drug testing that has to happen. What is the turnaround for when somebody applies to be a bus driver to coming through the process? What timeline is that?
That's the magic question right now. When we start the process, it depends upon if a potential employee already has a commercial driver's license with the P&S endorsement already, or if we're talking about a brand new employee who has never driven anything bigger than a car. So when you talk about that step, the later, you have to look at the time of scheduling for class. Class is only one time per month, okay? And then those slots are limited because we share those slots with surrounding counties, okay? Classroom only holds a certain amount of students, and we share those slots, okay? Also, it looks at the time of getting into the DMV. We all know the hassle that has been, we've been seeing trying to get employees into once they pass class of 4 days, of class work, then they've got to get a permit. That means they've got to go over to the DMV, get the permit. They've got to hold that permit 10 days, 14 days, 14 days before they're able to do anything as far as training. Once they hold it 14 days, then we have to get with our scheduled trainer and see what the first availability is. And right now, currently, we have one person that's working 2 counties. And right now, the scheduling is about a month and a half, 2 months in some cases, for employees to go through that behind the wheel training. So when we talk about that, we could be talking just a few days if they're already certified, but if not, it could be a couple months.
Apologize. Part of what we're trying to do goes back to what was mentioned earlier about working with DMV to try to develop our own internal program where the training can be done through the transportation department. Mr. Palmer has been spearheading that, him and Mr. Harris. We've been kind of put on the backlog of trying to get it done. Ms. Moore has tried to help us with that, push that process through. But hopefully sooner than later, we'll be able to have our own trainer so that person's not shared with other counties, which would expedite the process that Mr. Harris is talking about.
Thank you for that. And then I know that you said the bell schedule has helped with reducing some wait times when there's call outs and those needs. now that we're moving towards the regions with the bell times, I know you're starting to do the mapping for that and the routes and who's requesting transportation now within the various schools. Will that support a decreased need in drivers? Has that been,
So we're still in
we
the
have a
early.
high need in general, but how does that help?
So it will, when you just look at it, just kind of a broad overview, certainly it will help. I can give you a specific example. When you have students that live at the northernmost part of the county, at closest to the Person County line, and they attend school at R and Harris, you know how long it takes to get from there to R and Harris. So when we're routing, you can only put a few students on that bus because time-wise, you can't do anything else. But when we talk about growing together and having regions, those ride times will be cut. And that will help us with demand because where we normally have to put 2 or 3 buses to accommodate because of distance, we won't have to do that. So in a broad overview, to answer your question, yes, it is looking to be positive for us in the direction of when we talk about supply and demand.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Y'all you have me excited about transportation too, and I didn't know that was possible, but this was amazing tonight. Thank you all for being here and for sharing all this information with us. And so much of it was exciting. The in-house training program is going to be super awesome. I love that you're working to improve communication and navigate these language barriers. The Spark card is really innovative, and I'm excited to see where that takes us. And all of the safety inspections you're working on to make sure our kids get to school. I know that takes a lot of staff and work. And excited about those electric school buses too. I just had a couple of questions. I guess I wanted to hear more, maybe others know this already and I'm just new to this, but the 19,000 enrolled in Power School and 13,000 riding on a given day. Can you tell us more about that, like how that happens and what you all do to navigate that and what we're doing moving forward?
Sure. You want to take Ms. Forward? I'll be more than happy to. I'll let you.
So with a student assignment, when we have 19,000 students assigned to a bus, they may not actually ride every day, or it may be an AM rider or a PM rider. It could be that we have dual custody students who are assigned to a stop when they're with their parent, with their mother or their father. So we're showing all of these assignments that can be used at different points in that the student's need. But when we do like a daily snapshot of how many students are actually riding, that's where we get that 13,000 number from, of just a snapshot of the student count during the day.
Okay, so it's just a natural product of the way that things happen, not a problem that you're having to figure out. Okay, thank you. That's
But we strive though to actually show accurately within our TIMS database how many students are actually riding the bus. We want our numbers to be closer and show if I have 13,000 students riding daily, that's what I want to really report to the state, because that shows our efficiency. That shows that we are managing our resources properly. That increases our look at the state level. It gives us a rating. It increases our rating so that it increases our money from the state so that we can run the system like we need to.
Thank you. That makes more sense too. Because I imagine there's families that might sign up and then decide later also that like they're not going to ride the bus, but they don't notify anybody. So they're still on that.
Yeah, they don't notify anybody, but when we do spot checks, I'll have my authoritative source or my bus drivers. So they'll send information to update their routes. We'll update the routes and we'll remove students from the buses. We'll change their designations to no. Parents normally don't know that that's happened until after weeks of not riding the bus. They send their son out to catch the bus and the bus no longer comes to that area. Or the bus driver may tell that student, you're no longer on my route sheet. but it's really simple. Once that parent hears that information, they just call the school and say, hey, can you change my designations back to yes? And then 24 to 48 hours, that student will be added back to the bus. So it's a cycle. It's a daily, I have reports that come in where one day the report may have 66 kids on it when we're at this time of the year. Whereas at the beginning of the year, we may have over 100 kids on a list that are re-requesting transportation, or it could be change of address, or, just trying to get back on the ridership. So it's a daily thing of changing and updating the routes per the request as they come in.
And something to keep in mind, Ms. Carter, Alton, to your question, and to tie back to an earlier board member question in reference to buses being late. Keep in mind, we do a lot of individual stops and not community stops, which if we don't address the issue of hiring 100+ bus drivers soon, we're gonna have to look at that as a district. Because when you make every individual stop for 45 seconds to a minute, at every house, that puts its drivers in a unique situation, as far as being late with traffic and everything else. So in the future, are we gonna have to look at that? Absolutely, because if you don't do community stops, that means you're making 5 stops within a short radius, from the bus area standpoint. So it's something that we're gonna have to look at if we don't get better participation as far as hiring additional bus drivers.
Yeah, and that Smart Card initiative will help us also to manage that ridership and to see those things and report it accurately. Thank you.
Ms. Byer?
Just wanted to follow up on that, but just so much gratitude to you all, to the whole team, to actually coming again to present to us, and showing how much work early mornings, late at night, weekends goes into keeping students moving safely to school, and so much gratitude. If you can extend our gratitude to your colleagues that are watching at home and actually doing other things at home. I wanted to follow up on Ms. Carter Otten's question and wonder if we actually need to look at our policy about how far students walk to a stop, especially our secondary students, and if there's work that we can do on that policy. Because we know it's healthy for kids to get moving, and we don't want to compromise safety, but wonder if that policy might need to be looked at in the coming months as we go forward, so that we can maximize kind of the efficiency. I don't think we've looked at it in a really long time.
That's correct. Yes, that's some of the things that we've talked about that we are actually working with through Mr. Palmer and Mr. Johnson, looking at different things and, kind of like our bus stop safety review. That is one of the things that has been noted as possibilities. Yes.
That'd be great. I just want to indicate a willingness to dig into that if that's helpful to you all, and especially it seems to align with the Growing Together work. As we're hiring and loving the bus, or love that bus, yeah. We're hiring part-time if people could just work mornings. We're hiring afternoons if people could just drive afternoons.
Absolutely. Yes.
Certain days of the week. We're hiring
We're working with every piece of a schedule that someone can bring that will help us. And we look at it as that some of our children, to make sure we can get them to school and in their seats and ready to learn on time.
And we have a specific sub-hiring as well, that folks could be on a list and just help. Yeah. I think that would be great. And as we communicate these new dates to folks to try to get things planned better, I assume y'all are working with Ms. Cooper, or will be, in communicating that to families.
That's correct.
And how are we reaching out to preschoolers or folks that are new to DPS that we don't necessarily have them yet?
So when there are events, one of the things that noted that countdown to kindergarten and things of that nature, we make sure that we are in place and we are there with information to help families that we coming into the district to make sure that they're getting what they need, that they get handouts, they get live bodies to ask questions and get answers to their questions.
Great. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it, Mr. Harris.
Chair Bettina Umstead?
I do have the 2 questions, and thank y'all again for all the work you do. to all the folks who are not present here, but we know also make sure that the buses run on a regular basis and have overly done more and more to make sure our kids get to school on time. Can the Spark card also be connected with student IDs? I know that we're trying to move towards more kind of access points for students to get in and out of buildings. And so I was wondering, and then we might not know the answer to that today, but a possibility to combine those two so that students don't have to have two cards walking around.
So that is something that we're working with other departments across the district to try to see if that is something where they can have kind of a one-stop card that will possibly do everything that needs to be done within the district.
And then my second question, I know we've had in the past a lot of routes that just didn't get picked up. Like we had some students and families who were really struggling with, students who were just left and not needed a way to school. Where are we this year with routes that maybe aren't getting picked up?
So we have not had days where it's just continuation of routes not being picked up. We have managed to get by, but we are at the point where we've kind of exhausted all of our avenues as far as when you talk about routing. So the staff, and I just can't shout them out enough, the staff has worked really hard to get coverage done. When we talk about division offices and we talk about those people at 5 a.m, working hard to try to make sure that does not happen. Talk about the people here stepping in when I talked about answering phones so other people and personnel can go out. We have not had those days where there has been just, we don't have any rides for you. Now, yes, I will say that has happened in the past, but we're working very hard to make sure that does not happen with our daily work and the things that we're trying to put in place to make sure that we're taking care of our students.
I appreciate that. I hear, Mr. Harris, that people have seen you on the bus delivering students to and from school.
Well, you know, in a lot of things, and I drove many years before I started to progress. I'm a firm believer that you have to lead by example. I can tell you from every step, I've sat in every seat within the department, and I can talk to you about what happens at this process, at that process, and this process. But it's not about me. It's again, it's about the staff, the phenomenal staff that we have, those personnel, that people out in the divisions, our mechanics, everybody. It takes a team effort to make sure that we transport these students to and from daily.
I really appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear we're able to improve. I think I'm just going to put another plug in. You can get your training done while you're working with DPS. You can get your CDL. I think DPS will pay for it. Is that correct? DPS will pay for your CDLs because we know next year, as we try to make sure those legacy students can stay at their school, we're going to need additional bus drivers. So just thank you all so much for your presentation. This is the team that you might get to work with. Like what a better, there's not a better advertisement. Just want to say thank y'all for that.
Thank you so much. I also want to express gratitude and gracias por decir estamos escuchando, queremos oír. If anybody missed that, that was mentioned. And you are listening. I remember years ago in a joint board and county commission meeting, this was under a previous administration. We're so happy to have you, Dr. Johnson, to take on this work. There were conversations about how to get the in-house CDL licensing and some of the constraints with that. And I remember mentioning that I've seen nonprofits kind of partner with community colleges towards doing those programs. Like if we need to expand partners, like that's just something to consider because there are I think Lenoir Community College has created programs like that where they have worked with even fleets, like some smaller fleet kind of options just in case those are needed as well. So we're definitely in the right direction. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is, the RFID, and that kind of lands in that AI predictive analysis piece. And anytime we are encountering this kind of technology, I just want us to always be transparent about what are we really tracking, because this is tracking. It's definitely our students are going to have an RFID card, but what about the buses? So the buses will also have the same technology, and so it'll be able to tell us where our buses are. When it comes to predictive analysis, there's always the question around what data is being collected as well. So I just want us to just be mindful of transparency in these things as we continue to develop this, especially if we're going to be linking that to student ID cards and access to buildings. To what level are we, definitely benefiting from predictive analysis and data that is going to show patterns and usage and utilization, everything else, but then also what else is it collecting? So just things to be mindful of. And the other piece with that is that EduLog. I have received a lot of messages over time from families about EduLog, and first of all, it's taken some families, they didn't realize that we stopped using Here Comes the Bus, right? And so then they started like asking for the instructions for EduLog. And I refer folks to that, and I'm grateful that you put it on the website because I'm like, here's a link, here's the link, here's how you do it. But families have told me about glitches. Families have told me that sometimes their information is not showing up. And there's a perception that EduLog has more glitches. And I'm not trying to say anything about the vendor. I'm just saying this is feedback that I've gotten from families, maybe more glitches than Here Comes the Bus. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you continue to hear, or maybe it was a period of time when maybe there might have been an upgrade or something happening.
Yes, so at times and when there have been upgrades or there have been data, well, not data glitches, but glitches where things happen as far as transferring of the data to make sure that you are getting the alerts when the students are arriving as far as the bus and their radius in that circle. Mr. Arnold is actually working with them every single day. Any concern that we get, it goes over, it's documented, a tag number is given to it, tracking number, and he handles all of those, and it's tracked every single day. So we are working, when we get those calls, when we get those complaints, we work with them to see what is going on and what we can try to do to make it better.
Thank you so much. Yes.
We also are working with training our staff to make sure that they are inputting, because information that goes in, if it's not in correctly, then the user will see the wrong information. So when we get those calls that parents aren't seeing their information, they're not seeing their students, then it falls back to going back and making sure our assistant managers and managers are inputting information correctly. And just making sure that they follow the steps to get it done right so that it translates to the parents, okay? And I work with that also on a daily basis to make sure that parents also get their accounts set up. I go in and make sure that all accounts are approved as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much. I want to just also thank your collaboration with MRC. That was definitely a need. Families were calling and there were some limitations in terms of language. There's also the acknowledgement that that department is everywhere at all times. They're here late at night and they're there early in the morning. And so just continue to just keep in mind burnout of staff. And that's just something that I continue to be mindful of. But I think we have all commented on this and just wanted to double check. We're good. So we're going to move on, but we want to thank you for this presentation and definitely thank you for all the emails that you answer and your receptivity and what you shared tonight. Thank you, team. We're going to go on to the superintendent's proposed budget for 2024 and 2025.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to start this evening by just reading aloud into the record the letter from the superintendent that's at the beginning of the budget book, and then we will move into the presentation. As Durham Public Schools embarks upon its next chapter as a district, I'm pleased to present the superintendent's proposed budget for the 24-25 school year. The budget, bold yet necessary, reflects our critical priorities. Its components are time-sensitive yet forward-thinking, and they are directly aligned with our mission, vision, core beliefs, collective commitments, and strategic plan priorities. The 2024-25 local budget request totals $217.4 million, which is an increase of $26.07 million, or 12.52% over the previous year. The budget demonstrates our commitment to steadfast work that meets the needs of all students. Allow me to begin with our real-life challenges. Durham Public Schools sits at a critical juncture. Like others across the country, we are faced with the expiration of the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, better known as ESSER, one-time federal funds, while the needs of our students and educators continue to grow. Additionally, the district has been challenged by the implementation of new. Yep, where'd it go? Disappeared. There it is. Challenged by the implementation of new compensation schedules for classified employees. This is ambitious, visionary work that is often not tackled by school districts. We know the significance of this for all employed by Durham Public Schools. Our employees are essential to the success of our students. In recognizing and honoring that, this proposal prioritizes compensation. Our district needs are greater than what this proposed budget requests because we want the absolute best for our students and staff. But this budget will allow us to do the right and necessary work to move Durham Public Schools forward. Our future depends on our attention to the below priorities. First, compensation. Our employees are our greatest asset, and Durham Public Schools is committed to providing fair compensation for all employees. The 2024-25 budget earmarks $8.8 million to implement market rate salary increases for classified employees, building upon the district's work in this area launched in 2023. The proposal also includes an $800 teacher supplement increase. It is important to note that this constitutes a 12% increase to the beginning teacher supplement, which could make Durham's local supplement the highest in the state for beginning teachers. Additionally, $1.25 million of this request would fund master's pay, honoring our educators with relevant advanced degrees. Operations. As we strive to provide optimal learning and working environments for students and staff, additional resources are needed to address the crucial needs of our aging facilities. An additional $1.5 million has been requested to support maintenance and repairs across the district. The next area is legislative requirements. Okay. I'm such a Mac person. There you go. Legislative requirements. There are state mandated increases for salaries and benefits included in this proposal. Certified employees will receive an average 5% increase in salary, and a 3% increase in salary will be applied to classified employees. Those salary increases, combined with required increases in contributions for benefits, retirement, and health insurance, represent $6.7 million. We must also provide $3.9 million of the funds into charter schools in Durham per state law. Pre-K support. Durham Public Schools is excited to open Murray Massenburg Elementary School in August 2024. The district is committed to expanding opportunities for families with the addition of pre-K classrooms at Murray Massenburg. This proposed budget requests $716,624 to support these classrooms. The district has made significant strides post-pandemic, as evident in our student performance and recovery data, to provide students with quality learning experiences that prepare them for the future. Our students and educators continue to advance and excel. Highlights include, last year, 88.2% of our schools met or exceeded growth goals. 20 DPS schools are ranked in the top 20% of the North Carolina schools for academic growth. Durham Public Schools, in partnership with Duke Health and Durham Technical Community College, have received a grant to open a new early college focused on health careers. The New York Times featured Durham Public Schools in a recent article touting the district's pandemic recovery. 10 schools were recognized by Magnet Schools of America as schools of excellence or schools of distinction. Principal William Logan of Hillside High School was named the Wells Fargo North Central Region Principal of the Year. Pearsontown Elementary School Principal Asia Cunningham was the recipient of the coveted Milken Educator Award. In my brief time here, I have been impressed by the spark that this district embodies. As the board continues the important task of identifying the next superintendent, it is also imperative that we put forth a budget that supports the excellence our community expects and that our students deserve. It should go without saying that investing in Durham Public Schools is an investment in all of Durham. Advocating for the needs of our students and employees is a constant reminder that we are all accountable for doing our part to ensure continued future success. Thank you for allowing me to read that into the record. I'd like to go ahead and get started with the presentation. Our desired outcomes for today. We want the board to receive and review the enrollment projections and budget impact in 2020, 24, 25. Those are the initial slides. The board will receive and review priorities in the superintendent's proposed budget for 24, 25. You will review the full local budget request, ask questions, or discuss needs. And you will receive updates as well on DPS revenues, expenditures, and personnel. And then the board will review the budget timeline and next steps. A little procedural point, if I might, as I get started. I'm going to ask if it's possible to listen to the entire presentation and then be prepared for some questions and discussion after. And I'll get to some ways to sort of engage in that when I get to the end of the presentation. Beginning with enrollment trends and projections. What you see here historically going back to 2012, 13 is the ebb and flow of enrollment in DPS. The numbers at the very top reflect overall enrollment in Durham County. The yellow line reflects Durham Public Schools enrollment, and the red line reflects charter school enrollment. You can see that charter and school enrollment has been steadily increasing, kind of plateauing maybe in the last couple of years. It's actually anticipated to be perhaps a little lower next year. And then Durham Public Schools enrollment is remaining relatively flat for the last 3 to 4 years, with a little bit of a dip for next year, which you see reflected in the overall bar on the right. I think it's important to put this in context because the funds that we receive in the Durham Public School System, the local funds that we receive from the commissioners, fund everything in the blue line. Next slide, please. A few words about enrollment projections and budget impact. We do not anticipate a lot of local savings in 23-24 from this school year. From school allotment adjustments based on the enrollment projections, because we were down a little bit from our projections, but we have a lot of allotments beyond formula. And so we don't expect that we will garner a lot of savings from things like vacant positions and that sort of thing in that area. Additionally, the 23-24 cost of implementing the classified schedule that was approved from July to February, and then the schedule approved beginning in March for the rest of 22-23, will impact local savings options. State funding is expected to be stable next year. And the reason for that is that beginning next year, school systems will be funded in what's called in arrears, which means that DPS will receive for next year funds equivalent to our month 2 ADM of this year. And they are guaranteed that funding for the entire next school year. And then the following year, when enrollment allotments come out, it will be based on the following year's month 2 ADM. What's really helpful of that is that in the past, when you had your month 2 ADM, you could lose some of the positions that you had thought you were keeping, and most districts try to figure out ways to keep those, which is a local strain on the budget if you do. So that will be helpful. The funding in arrears will be helpful. If the Durham Public Schools enrollment increases beyond what we see, we will receive adjustments that increase during that current year. Local funds will continue, and the next couple of points you see on a regular basis. These come up every year. Local funds will continue to be needed to support positions and fixed costs at schools. They don't decrease. All of our costs don't decrease if enrollment fluctuates. Sometimes enrollment can go up, but you're not gaining, depending on where it goes up, you may not gain resources everywhere. And sometimes it goes down, but you need the same number of resources you had to begin with. So, additionally, it is important to note every year that we must use local funds to absorb adverse impact from recent legislative changes. And this is the class size law that you heard about earlier today. If a school exceeds its class size limit in a K-3 classroom during the course of the school year, after enrollments and allotments have already been distributed to schools, School districts are expected to allot additional positions, which comes from local funds, in order to make sure that the school remains in compliance with the class size law limits. And you see those numbers there, 21, 19, and 20, that's the +3 has been added to that. So an individual class size in K3 can go +3. But the district average across the entire district must remain within the established guidelines of 18, 16, 17, and 17. For every kindergarten class that goes to 21, we need one in the district to be at 15 in order to maintain the average for the district. And when you don't, you have to apply additional local resources and teachers to meet that. Of note, we are beginning Growing Together, and that's a comprehensive school choice and programming initiative that will require that we take a look at the resources that are needed for that implementation that we provided. We do plan to fully utilize our local, state, federal, and grant funds in the next school year. Next slide. Couple of highlights from the request before we get into all of it. The largest line item is the $8.8 million request to fully fund the new revised schedules for classified staff, to bring DPS classified staff in line with market rate salaries in the Durham area. This work began last year and we're expecting to continue it in 24-25. We've mentioned already 5% salary increase from the legislative increase average. That's an average that is weighted at the beginning end of the scale. So beginning teachers usually see a larger increase and experienced teachers see a smaller increase. And then 3% across the board for classified employees. So I think it's important here to stop for just a moment. The current schedule for classified employees is based on their 22-23 salary plus 11%. That is the starting point for the implementation of a new classified salary schedule. So no one will receive less than that in 24-25. And in fact, everyone will receive 3% more. And then 8.8 million will be used to increase beyond that. The COVID-19 or ESSER funds does expire on September 30th. We have until January or the end of December 31st to spend it, but it must be planned for and encumbered. Anything that's been established with ESSER in the past few years does not continue into 24-25 with regards to any of the personnel or non-personnel related items. ESSER funds, as we know, specifically were used to support operations, maintenance needs, capital improvements during this time, and those funds will no longer be available either. And then it's important to note that the reason that we would be providing an additional $3 to $4 million to our charter school is if we receive the $26 million that we are asking for from the county, our approximate charter school enrollment is around 19 or 20%. So the more we get from the county, the more you can apply a 20% lens to that then goes to charters because our per pupil local increases. Next slide, please. These are the meat of the request. At the top, you see the legislative items that we do not have a choice about. It is a good thing when the state increases salaries for teachers and classified staff. Those first two lines are a good thing. But there is a local cost because those increases that the state pays for are paid for state staff. It is not paid for local staff. So the costs you see below that are the local costs of passing the same raises on to our locally paid staff. And of course, the retirement increase that we have to pay for those locally paid staff, the FICA that goes with that, and the health insurance going up as well. That is $6.6 million. We are requesting a teacher salary supplement increase of $800 per month per teacher. That's what we've modeled. And I want to explain that $800 per year, sorry, big mistake there. $800 per year for teacher. Yeah, big mistake. Per year for teachers is about 12% on a beginning teacher salary, but it's a lower percentage on an experienced teacher salary because experienced teachers have a higher salary. And adding the additional $800 would make the beginning teacher salary supplement in Durham, as of right now anyway, the highest in the state, not knowing what other districts might be doing. And the supplement, you know, we are fortunate to be in a district where our community and our commissioners have supported a local salary teacher supplement. It is imperative for there to be local funds that provide support to our teachers, but it is increasingly a pressure that local school systems and the commissioners are bearing in their communities because of the lack of action at the state level. Another item here directly tied to compensation is a master's pay request to have funds to pay approximately 200 teachers. We modeled this back in the fall for relevant master's degrees. This is a practice that at least 2 neighboring districts are already engaged in, using local funds to ensure that their teachers with relevant master's degrees are in fact paid for that master's degree. And then I've talked a little bit already about the compensation study implementation. It's 8.8 million is what we're modeling based on the work that our comptroller has already done. Obviously, if there are changes to how that is implemented, those costs could go up, down, or reconfigured. But we believe that the 8.8 million is a good indicator and amount to ask for to fully implement what the Durham board and the community has been trying to do with market rate for classified staff. And then a few other items. Charter school requirement I've already mentioned. You see that amount there, 20% of the total Durham K-12 enrollment, and so 20% of our local ask. The pre-K seats at Murray-Massenburg are 716,000. That is to fully fund 3 classrooms at Murray-Massenburg. I should mention that that amount could fluctuate because we have requested seats from Durham pre-K. And if Durham pre-K provides us with some slots, then there's a reimbursement that will lower that cost. We have asked for 45 seats from Durham pre-K. Each pre-K classroom should have a class size max of 18. We know that that is a blended classroom that will have some special needs and some non-special needs students. So what we ask for from Durham pre-K is the 15, anticipating that we know that we'll have some other students that are there that are funded from other places. I should mention, if we were to get the entire 45 slots that we're asking for, that number goes down to about 70,000. Capital funding for building upkeep. I mentioned earlier that because ESSER funds are going away, and we have gotten into the really good practice of trying to, as Larry says it, touch every school every year with something. The ability to do that really is not there without the ESSER funds that have supported it in the last few years. And this is an area where you remember from our earlier conversations, I think it would take at least 4 million to actually get us where we need to be on a yearly basis, and that number is fluid. I didn't want to ask for all of it at one time, and based on some board feedback, this was something maybe we could stage over multiple years. I believe this is maybe year 1 of at least a 3-year ask should it be fully funded. And that total comes out to just over $26 million. Next slide, please. This is a different way of looking at the same numbers. So you can see there the baseline in terms of our operating funds received from the county at 181 million, 23 million additional that would make that 205. And then there's a couple of other lines that we include in there that are not really local funding, but because for pre-K, the WIDID and district-wide, those are coming from Durham pre-K, but we have added Murray-Massenburg because it's part of the whole picture. So you can see how much is going into pre-K overall and the additional requests that we have there that would be locally funded. But again, next year when you see this, if that 716 number is not there, whatever Durham pre-K is able to provide will be absorbed in the line above. And then the building improvements at an additional 1.5 million. We're currently receiving 6. And again, that totals to 26 million. It's a different way of looking at the same numbers. Next slide, please. It's important to note also where we receive all of our funds from. You can see here that Right now, those percentages, 41% state, 30% local. You also see the positions that are paid out of state and paid out of local. You've got federal recurring and federal COVID relief. As COVID relief goes away, you'll see adjustment in those other numbers to higher amounts under state and local in terms of percentages. 12% of our funds are in capital funds. Child nutrition, which is an enterprise, 3.9%, 210 positions. And then we have some grant funds and the number of positions that are on grants. And so the total there, you see 5,037 staff. Next slide, please. Looking at it by fund source a little bit, I wanted to do this one just a little bit different. It's almost exactly the same as the one before it, except for I've added a maroon slice of the pie. So the maroon slice of the pie, I just wanted to highlight separately from the rest of the funds what percentage of our overall funds are passed through to charter school at this point in time. And that's 7% of our overall funds. It's closer to 20% of our local funds, but 7% of the pie. Next slide, please. By purpose, when you take a look at where our dollars are going in terms of the purpose, school-based instructional services, capital investments, operational support, you see the different slices of the pie there. Again, I have separated out the charter. It's the same amount of money. It's just organized separately in terms of where it goes. I think it's important to note that things like administrative and instructional support includes people in schools. Operational support includes people in schools or bus drivers or cafeteria workers. So there's more than 60% that's actually in schools because large chunks of the other portions of the pie are also services or people in schools. Next slide, please. Here, if you take a look at where our dollars are going from a different sort of lens, between salary and benefits, that is about 80% of the non-capital budget. And I think the farthest column to the right is the best comparison, because when you're looking at percent of total, you get mixed up in building dollars and stuff that you can't really use any other way anyway. So 80% of our non-capital budget is in people. And the reason that's really important to note is when you have to make difficult decisions and you don't have enough funds to do something, it is very difficult to do that without impacting people. Purchase services, a lot of this is also in direct to school as well. Supplies and materials, just about all of that money is in schools. And then capital investments and transfers are large amounts, but small. Next slide, please. Same thing again, in a pie slot, in a pie instead, so that you can see the distribution. Definitely the maroon and the blue, people in schools and in central services, 80%. Next slide, please. A little bit on personnel summary to know who our folks are. You see that about 2,500 are classified as teachers, almost 1,200 as instructional support. Teachers is about 49% of the DPS staff. Instructional support is about another 23.5%. And this is a variety of folks: TAs, math, literacy coaches, facilitators, guidance counselors, social workers, nurses. You see the list there. Lots of folks that are providing direct support to students. Operational support, as I mentioned just a moment ago, 14% of our staff. See the folks that are in that category. Technical and administrative support personnel, 6.2. This is primarily school-based treasurers, data managers, IT technicians, secretaries, and some centralized administrative staff in finance, human resources, operations, and academic support. School leadership, this is our administrators, assistant principal interns, assistant principals, and principals, 153. Centralized administration is 105. That's 2.1%. This is DPS leadership, centralized directors, supervisors. I think it's important to note here that we often hear about a bloated bureaucracy at the central office level. This is 2.1% of the staffing in the district. And then before and after school care, 1.9%, 97 folks. Next slide, please. Again, here you have the same information put in a different personnel, non-personnel bucket so that you can see where the funds are going. Next slide, please. Same information again from the pie slide earlier in a different format. Next slide, please. Couple of items for the budget calendar as we move forward. We are now in the middle section. After this evening, the board has scheduled the public hearing on the superintendent's budget for April 18th. That is a little bit of a different cadence that we've had in the past. I think a lot of times in the last couple of years, maybe the public hearing was held tonight when the superintendent's budget is released. But I think it is a better practice for it to come after the presentation because folks would have been providing public comment prior to the presentation being made. And in order to meet our friendly neighbor timeline with our commissioners to make sure the county manager has time to incorporate the board's ask, we've scheduled an additional special date just for the budget hearing for the public on the 18th, a week from today. And then the board will, assuming that questions are answered, any revisions that need to be made are ready, be ready to adopt the board's proposed budget on April 25th. And during that same timeline, we will be conducting and finishing our final allotment meetings with schools that have already started. And then for May and June, really the focus there shifts to the county. The county manager's proposed budget, the work sessions that they have established, their public hearing, and their budget resolution at the county level that will let us know on June 10th what portion of our request they will fund. And then after that, likely end of June, or it could be after that, depending, because this also depends on when the legislature completes their work. Oh, so okay, if I'm going to say that, then forget June. Sorry. We will need to present an interim budget resolution to the board because we will need to continue our work beginning July 1, even though it is likely that we will not have final numbers on some things. Normally, that interim budget resolution sort of holds harmless funding from the year before that we know we have until we know what the expansion budget is going to look like. That concludes the information that I am presenting this evening. I would like to talk a little bit about how we engage in some Q&A next. So several of you have already looked through some of this information, started looking through the budget book and sent some questions our way. Some of the things we've been able to answer fairly quickly. Some of the things are going to take a little bit longer to answer. I'd like to spend a few minutes today maybe doing that, but I want to start with any questions that are clarifying questions about the presentation itself. And then I'd also like to say that I think that the questions that have already been sent via email, and we would expect you to continue as a board to take a look at what's in the presentation and in the budget book and continue to send questions. I'm sure community members may reach out to you as well and want to express concerns or questions, support about different kinds of things. What I'd like to do is to ask, with the hearing happening on the 18th, a week from today, and knowing that we will have another opportunity to speak with the full board on the 25th prior to adopting the budget, I'd like to ask maybe that the board send us questions, send them to me. I will develop an FAQ type document where we group and categorize questions, get answers to them, talk about where it is in the budget book or provide the answer to it. And make that part of the public record as a part of our meeting on the 25th. I'll include any of the questions that have already been sent into the board that we've been either responding to or still waiting on responses for. so that everyone can see the questions that are being asked and the responses. Spend a little bit of time on that on the 25th. I know that you have to digest what you're hearing tonight. You may have some immediate questions, but you may have more questions after you leave and take more time to take a look at it. So no expectation that we resolve everything this evening and that we have some time to collect questions and provide those responses to the board.
Board, do we have any discussion points or questions? Start with, okay, Chair Umstead.
I do. Thank you, Superintendent Moore, for that presentation. I really like when we have this budget presentation, how we're able to separate school-based staff, instructional staff, how much of our budget is going towards salaries. I think all of that is really important to remind our public of and to remind us of. The budget book, which I know a lot of people are interested in how is DPS spending their dollars, and the budget book, which is a draft form right now on our website in our packet, really gives you department, line by line, how the funds are allocated in DPS. And there's also one for the past year that's available on our website as well. I have two questions for you, Superintendent Moore. We had a much longer list of priorities when we first started this process. And I know some of those included curriculum materials and other resources that might be needed as we're doing Growing Together and other initiatives. So can you just speak quickly to how you all are thinking about identifying funds for some of those?
Absolutely. So the items that we've discussed as priorities previously that do not appear in this ask, most of them we are looking for alternate funding for or have identified alternate funding for. In particular, we will have positions that are supporting Growing Together that we are looking to fund from the Mackenzie Scott grant for at least a year. So those funds will cover and ensure that we are meeting our commitments to that initiative. The instructional materials and resources, I've asked Dr. King to scrub his budget and reprioritize and to try to find some places there to make sure that we're meeting those needs as well, because some of those are materials that are required for some of the work that we'll be doing next year in our schools. The things like the network switches in the closet, I'm trying to identify alternative sources of funding for. What else was on there? I'm trying to remember the other things. We have not identified, one of the things that was specifically requested was 2 additional social workers, I believe it was. We have not identified funding for that at this point. But most of the other things, I think we identified either a source or have it in progress. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's important to note the ways that we're currently looking at what we have and how to stretch to meet the needs that we have for the upcoming year. The second question I have is related, but a little bit different around the classified salary proposals. I know we had that presentation a couple of weeks ago and had a lot of questions and thought about engagement. And I think there still are a lot of questions from our employees around where might I fall in this budget ask and how does that all work? Can you just speak a little to what next steps are coming when it comes to that salaries?
So we do anticipate that the comptroller, Mr. Crutchfield, will attend our next board meeting. I think the charge that he had at the last one was to do the work to bring schedules forward and then to provide a way for staff to be able to find themselves on that schedule. And quite namely, what was suggested was that, and this is a big lift here, but I think it's a necessary lift to actually answer the questions that all of our classified staff have about where do I land here, to take a look at, for example, a column that shows for each individual staff member, what was my 22-23 salary? What was my October 2023 salary when we implemented the classified schedules that were implemented by the board with the full salary schedule? What was my salary in March 2024 when the board switched it to 22-23 plus 11%? And what will it be based on the schedules that Mr. Crutchfield is putting forward, so that people can see that all the way across and understand the impact? I think it was almost 70% of the staff, based on the 22, 23 plus 11% saw a reduction, 30% saw an increase. So I would anticipate that that number, everyone will see an increase because everyone will see at least 3% because of the legislative raise. But then beyond that, and if the starting point is 22, 23 plus 11, everyone will see the 3%. And then I think it's important that the reason we need to do these individual sort of calculations and charts for folks is that if per chance your 22, 23 plus 11 is higher than where you might be placed on the schedule based on your experience, because that's how you will be placed on the schedule based on your experience. But if 22, 23 plus 11 is higher, you would stay at 22, 23 plus 11 and go from there. So it's just going to be really important that individual piece of work gets done for people to see it. And we anticipate that at the next meeting.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. I know that was some of the questions I had during that presentation. That is on the 25th. So if people want to engage with us, or are there any planned engagement with staff members around that presentation?
Board members?
Is that a question?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
So I need you to thread that through a little bit longer in terms of what that might look like based on what you're asking.
Not sure of what it might look like, but I think opportunities for, you shared about opportunities that staff will be able to see where they fall on the schedule. That's really important. I have a feeling that people will have questions based on knowing where they fall on the schedule and how does all this work, right? What's this min, this max? What are y'all saying? So will there be an opportunity for dialogue or info session with classified staff will be impacted by the changes?
And before you jump to the answer, like I'm also, like people need the information,
Yeah.
but it also depends on us getting this full ask for us to be able to implement. So I don't want us to overpromise
Yeah.
to folks again. I think that's really important for us to be
So let me,
thoughtful.
Which
yeah.
maybe all is a little
So-
tangential to the current
Right.
question, but I just wanted, I know it's connected as people.
So I
are thinking
think
about it.
that once we see what the comptroller brings forward and how an individual staff member engages and understands or has, we are going to need to provide a way for people to ask clarifying questions or specific questions to themselves so that they can appropriately advocate for what they like about it or don't like about it. And I think to Board Member Byers' point, once we know what the commissioners are able to provide, I think that decisions will then have to be made where staff will bring a recommendation on what to do with the funding that we do receive. And I think that there will be an opportunity there as well for engagement around if we have to narrow the priorities further. And I say that because I think it's important to note that 26 million is already narrowed priorities. That if we have to narrow it further, that how would we prioritize then? So that's it. That's like a whole second conversation all over again.
Appreciate that, those questions. And I do think as much as we can be in dialogue, the better. The timing seems interesting, right? Because we want to talk about this proposal and say, we don't know. We got to wait till the budget is approved yet. So I think we might need to consider what that timing looks like. It's a bold budget. I appreciate the way you've laid it out. And this is DPS's priorities and needs. A lot of this is salaries, and we want to make sure we can maintain and recruit really great educators and keep them in our schools. We know that when you're here over many years, that increases your ability to know your students, know your community, and do really great work here. So it's bold, and I appreciate how you've laid it out.
Thank you, Board Member Byer.
Thank you. I just so appreciate the presentation and Ms. Ojijo's work on this. It is a lot of work to get us to this point. I look forward to submitting questions, and I appreciate the process that you've laid out so that everyone will see questions, and that gives time for the community members to get questions to us. One thing that I do wonder is as we go forward in these conversations, both the county and the city, if if we or Mr. Crutchfield can look at specific job categories that might align across public agencies so that we can show that their work continues to take care of their own employees has kind of left our people behind. And we know it's the state's problem. We know that's the conversation we're going to have with our Durham delegation next week. But I think it would be helpful to them to see any comparable positions that we can, social workers, nurses, administrative staff, anyone that we can show them. I think that helps them understand it as well.
And I'll just share that I have had some conversations with the county budget staff. And I think it's important to note that while the 8.8 million that is being requested for the classified salary schedules is about the work of moving to market rate, that is not the same as achieving a minimum living wage. Those are separate things. And if you're looking at something more like $20 or $25 an hour as a minimum wage, then the best way to implement something like that actually has it cost more. Because if you're going to do that, if you're going to move to $25 an hour as a minimum, you need to address what that flows through all the way through the rest of the bands of the organization, all the way through the top level of the leadership. Otherwise, you find yourself dealing with compression where all different types of folks with different types of qualifications, needs, training, et cetera, are being paid the same. And so it costs more to implement when you go to $18, $19, $20, $25 an hour. If you're going to do it well, you take care of compression on the front end. And the county is aware of that disposition that I'm trying to leave planted out there. So
I do still think that our minimum starting wage in every category is an important thing to show them as well, though. And I appreciate the leadership they've taken in lifting their own employees, and they have raises built in this year. Again, I think they have 5% raises built in to their model so far. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have, well, my colleagues, I'm looking around to see if anybody has anything to say right now, but going back to my colleague and board chair Umstead and talking about the growing together and the positions, I just want to, I wanted to continue to elevate that because that has been a long time in coming to actually do effective work with growing together. I mean, you do need these positions, especially along our language teachers who help us meet that requirement. And I just have a question about Title III. I noticed that it's in the budget book, and that is also an avenue by which we can get some federal resources. But I just want to hear a little bit more, since it's not spelled out in the local budget, but local request. But we did mention Mackenzie Scott grants. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about like the commitment. Are we fully committed as in the last conversations, using Mackenzie Scott or whatever ways like we're going to make it happen? I just want to hear if that's still the situation.
So the commitment to the resources required to implement Growing Together are going to come from Mackenzie Scott or from existing resources. We are moving forward with full implementation. It is important to note that if you're putting positions on Mackenzie Scott as a grant, there will come a point where that becomes a local ask because you have to build it into your continuing budget. So that's coming. And but right now, we're trying to make sure that as we balance multiple sources of funding, that we are finding the places to make sure that we're able to move forward. And that's full steam ahead.
Thank you so much for that. Board members? Board Member Carter Otten.
Thank you for this. I'm going to try to keep since I've sent questions and I'll send more, I'll try to keep these broad. So I just want to clarify, for me and the public too, this like relationship between decisions about and timing about the compensation for classified staff and the budget ask. So we have a number of decisions we have to make around that, like, do we do the steps? Do we do the percentage increase? What's include, like, what does the EC differential mean? Who does that include? Who does master's pay include? Things like that. So we'll be making those decisions. When will we be making those decisions? And I know that's a tricky question, but
Yeah.
just so our staff can know when they will then have that information so that they can then plan around that.
So I think you're going to be falling into more of a normal cadence with regards to when increases are implemented. That and is such a it's a push-pull, right? The fact that a lot of times the legislature takes a little longer to finalize their budget because it's the second year of a biennial budget. They've already established raises, but they can always go in and make changes. And they usually do make some kind of tweaks and changes, hopefully up. But I will tell you that if they go up, that does have an impact because we've already made a request for the local ask, but there will be more local dollars that are needed to meet any raises that they might put beyond what they've already said. So that's that push-pull, right? You want them to pay teachers more, but that also means that we have to pay more local dollars that we didn't ask for. So, but I think that the normal cadence is usually in the fall, September, October, once the legislature is done, we'll know by the end of June where the county is headed. When the legislature is done with their work, when they convene, after they convene and they close out, we'll then have to model. Okay, so based on what they did, how much do we shift what we were doing with our local dollars? How do we achieve whatever the legislature might do with the local funds that we were given? Do we need to change anything? So, while people will know what we anticipate the schedules to be, those are always subject to change, and final salaries and final schedules don't ever get adopted by the board until the fall sometime, September, October, and then implemented retroactive to July 1. So it'll be a little while before we know for sure, but a key lever is knowing where we're starting point is what the county is able to do.
Thank you. That's helpful. And to follow up, should we expect that Mr. Crutchfield, our next meeting will bring different options for? Again, he talked about like a % increase between years versus steps. Like, should
Yeah.
we expect to see options or?
I think I can certainly ask him to make sure that he's clear on what that looks like. I think it's important to note that the schedules. The primary role of the schedules as he is bringing them is how you place staff. Where do you place them on the schedule? And then increases beyond that as they continue to work for us can be separate from the schedules or tied to the schedules, depending on how the board wants to implement. The notion that every year you gain an additional step due to a year of experience and that your salary goes up to that next step is the practice that Durham has had. And it is a practice that I believe, based on how it's been implemented, has never been asked for explicitly as an increase to the budget, but has been able to sort of been worked out based on retirees, people leaving, people coming in, and so it's sort of been absorbed and granted. As you bring the classified salary schedules up to a market rate, the cost of implementing the 1% or whatever it is every year and building that into increases as well, and likely needs to be an ask versus something that you absorb within your budget every year because you've just increased it. With what the increases that have happened this year, and if we were to get the 8.8 million, you are looking at at least an additional $1 million per year just to move people from one year to the next in terms of experience, and that happening in a step phase. And then on top of that, whatever the legislature might do. So it's whether you make the commitment to do that or not. You could say we will ask for 1% every year, as opposed to saying you'll move from one step to another every year, which is 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's the same amount. It's just how you communicate it and how you go about getting it. It's just whether you set the expectation or you make it an ask every year. And by making it an ask every year, so is it only going to be 1% every year if you build it in and people automatically are moving from one year to the next? What if there's a year when you might want to do more? Do you ask for 1% more, or would you rather commit to asking for 1% every year and maybe 2% on another year, or 3% on a year that the legislature doesn't do anything? And the timing of all of this is really wonky too, because the school boards are almost always doing their work before you know what the legislature is going to do. So I think it's the details of, he'll bring the schedules of how to place, but the decision on what happens year after year in terms of whether employees automatically get a raise, the board asks for a raise, depends on what the board decides to do.
Okay, and we'll be reviewing and discussing at the next meeting, but probably not making a decision on that at the
I
next
don't,
meeting.
yeah, I don't know that decision has to be made immediately. People need to know how they're going to be placed. I think people would like to know whether or not the board supports committing to whatever that might be every year in whatever method that may be. It doesn't have to be made to adopt the schedules, but I think people do expect to know.
Board Chair Umstead?
Just add one more thing, just a reminder that our budget hearing is next Thursday, April 18th. I think it's at 5:30 in this room. So anyone who's listening and has comments and wants to share them with the board, please come. You'll have an opportunity to share your comments and the board will listen. So just a reminder, that's next week.
Okay.
Can I make one sort of closing comment on this? As a part of preparing this budget and working with the county budget staff, and just my prior experience in working with budgets, one of the documents that I turn to on a regular basis to understand the state landscape for funding is a document that's created by the Public School Forum every year, is the Local School Finance Study. They've been doing it for a number of years, and they present their data for all 100 counties in some very interesting ways. I think it is a document worth looking at and taking a look at how Durham stacks up with other counties in the state of North Carolina with regards to how funding is implemented here. Couple of things to look at. For example, it'll tell you what the tax rate is. Durham does have a higher tax rate than many other counties. It'll also show you what the capacity is in the district based on property tax valuations and whether or not there's greater capacity than perhaps is being accessed. It'll tell you the one thing that I really, and it ranks you in every category from 1 to 100. So you might be you could be the highest tax rate in the state, and then the lowest under a category that I think is really important, which is called relative funding effort. Relative funding effort really calculates how much of the funding that the school system is receiving related to the other types of funding that county has priorities for, because the county provides the school district funds, but the county also provides funds for county-supported things, local law enforcement, health and human services, parks, libraries, that kind of thing. And so when you see how much in other counties goes to K-12 versus what goes to K-12 in Durham, or when you see what the tax base is in Durham versus the tax base in other countries. And you can create comparisons because you can look at neighboring counties. You can look at other counties that are about the same size. But I think the relative funding effort is a really good one to look at. And I spoke to the county budget staff about making sure they looked at it too.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. Board Member Byer.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to remember. And Chair Umstead, you're on the advisory board for the Public School Forum. I wonder if, as such, it might be helpful just to go ahead of our conversations and send that document to the county staff, but also to the commissioners. Invite them to eggs and issues like you invited Us, I think that will help shape that conversation with them and inform their hearts for our children like they already are stirred and get us on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. We're-
I can certainly do that.
Connections, very important. And we have our chair. I want us to, if there are no further comments, this was for discussion. We can move on to the legislative agenda, which is item number 5. And with that, I pass it on.
Yeah, I can kick us off on that. The Board of Education and our Durham delegation meet on every year before the session begins to kind of talk about what our priorities are as a school board and what kind of education issues, as well as others that we'd like to see them move on for this year. Ms. Byer led a team of our board members in thinking about some items for this year, how we'd want to organize the meeting that we have. I think it's next Wednesday, April 17th in the morning, as well as some priorities that we would have for the legislator. I'll pass it over to you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you. Just a gratitude for the small group that's working on this. This is just a starting place for our conversation tonight. If you all have other edits, there is a living document behind it that we would all be glad to edit and incorporate. There's also, the draft legislative agenda starts on page 3. It's the 3rd and 4th page of this handout. There's also some suggested kind of ideas framing our mission, vision, and core beliefs for folks, and also maybe some suggested highlights or slides that we could see if staff might pull together in a brief kind of introductory kind of conversation for our delegation. I know I will be out of town, but I look forward to you all having a great conversation. So welcome any thoughts, and I know that Ms. Lewis and Ms. Rogers do as well.
Ms. Rogers, Ms. Lewis?
Thank you. It has been a pleasure to work on the legislative agenda. I think that it takes us back to the reason we're here, our advocacy for our students, both in Durham and in North Carolina. We started off this document rooting it in the mission and values of Durham Public Schools, wanting to make sure that we are keeping our delegation up to date with where we are on the things that we are. So the specific asks that Ms. Byer alluded to are our work around growing together and our strategic plan, as we've updated those documents since we've last had meetings with them to talk about the work that we're doing with school utilization rates and what we're trying to do to improve student outcomes and educator working conditions in Durham, and why we need their help. So that's where we started. We'd like to get some information and updates from staff. Our requests are a CEP update, a really short growing together presentation for the delegation. Employee data by classification. Yep, okay. With special attention to what we're doing for EC and ESL students. We have some examples if we need to send that too, from what other districts have done in including that demographic data. Perhaps an update on Bloomberg grant and our graduation data from 2023. And now we're open to feedback, but our priorities include supporting the needs of Durham students, support diversity, equity, and inclusion, increase funding for certified and classified staff. And so each section has several bullet points. Support student outcomes by investing in the whole child. Stop privatization that undermines North Carolina public schools and implement a funding plan to support growing together. And key points I think that we should highlight is increased funding and for certified and classified staff. We really want to restore funding for one-to-one instructional assistants in grades K-3, and we want the state to do that. So all these are asks of the state. We really want to protect, our top priority is our diversity, equity, and inclusion in public schools, and we want to make sure that our legislators are supporting educators as the experts in their fields to be able to select curriculum that reflects the communities and the diversity of our communities.
Board Member Lewis, yes.
Thank you for that overview. This is really gratifying work to do and get ready for this meeting. The one thing that I do remember that has been important to this Durham delegation when they've come is our truancy rates and what resolutions are being had there, so we can get that data point to be shared as well. Also, as much as they can support with the CEP updates that being federally funded, what can the state do to support some of the things that we know to be possible pitfalls or challenges with implementing a universal lunch, such as equipment, and how they could possibly support those efforts. And then the last thing that I thought about today with the presentation around transportation and doing in-house training, if that request could be added as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lewis. Any other comments? I do have a comment. I guess I'll go, are you ready? Okay, Board Member Chavez.
I just want to say thank you. I don't have things to add. I think this is a great list. I like Ms. Lewis's additions, and I think you've zoomed in on some of the things that if they were changed, outcomes would be different, and there's data to support that. So yeah, so thank you all for working on this.
Thank you. And Board Member Umstead, Chair Umstead.
Yeah, thank y'all for putting this together. I have one thought around it probably needs some more research, but just protecting school board's ability to be able to do really great work. And so I don't know exactly what the policy language needs to be there, but I think it's important that the school boards are locally elected by their communities to do the duties that we are given. And how do we make sure that we, as a school board, still have the ability to do our really great work around curriculum, around superintendent, around funding, all those different pieces. That feels really important. And then in the fifth bullet, y'all have implement a funding plan to support growing together, which I know is is Durham specific and larger picture? Okay, I'm wondering if it's if we just need to shift the language a little bit to support students in schools, or I will wordsmith it and think about it a little bit more. But I think about the statewide capital bonds and the ways that we need the technology fees that we don't have, right? There are ways that the state should be funding more opportunities for our schools, and that includes with House bills around class sizes, funding those, right? So funding some of the current bills on the books to ensure that we can use state funding for expansion of classes, for expansion of teachers based on the legislation that currently exists. So.
Yeah, we were trying to put a lot of things in different buckets per your limiting us to 5 buckets. I just wordsmithed it to implement a funding plan to support students in schools as we grow together. Are you good with that? Yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you for bringing this to us. I want to start with pre-K. In many other states, including South Carolina, they have state-run pre-K programs. North Carolina has a version of that, but when it comes to scaling it, I really appreciate you all including funding for programmatic equity and accessibility. I want to shout out the work of Isla to do an actual report that provides some of the barriers that families encounter And they talked about transportation, language access. The screening process can be much better. Imagine doing screening over the phone versus in-person screenings. We need capacity to have, staff to actually give that personal touch, to be able to set our students, our young students on the right track, including screening for services that they may qualify for. I mean, that is a very important touch point. And this is definitely something the state can do. And I'm also interested in kind of seeing federal programming around this. Federal grants that are about pre-K. I really want us as a district to participate, but I also want to make sure like we continue to put this at the state level with our delegation. The other thing that I really appreciate also is acknowledging arbitrary caps. And I think I'm a broken record on this, but I love the fact that it's clear it's arbitrary. This is not necessary. And to name that it's the cap on English language learners, and it's the cap for students with disabilities. And we have always talked about the fact that they're not commensurate, they don't even match our demographics. And even though there was a slight increase for students with disabilities, it's still not meeting the needs. And so thank you for elevating that. And our Durham delegation, definitely, I think they can champion removal of caps. And then the other interesting, there is a cap suggestion for charter schools, and that's reinstating that. So it's to say we want to be able to give our students the services that we know our schools can provide. And I just thank you for including that and everything else that is being included. The one that I'm also, one of you said it, and it's about instructional assistance. Was it you, Ms. Lewis? Ms. Rogers, instructional assistance. So the state hasn't really been supportive. They limit the number of instructional assistants that we can have. And so we've been kind of holding that at the local level. Thank you for elevating that. We have to have all hands on deck. Certified staff and instructional assistants are also part of the pipeline. And I know that our HR department, Dr. Lassane, there's so many pipeline programs that we have going on in terms of instructional assistants who decide to go to NCCU and do the TA to teacher program. Some of them will go to the DREAM program and get their the MAT program. And so we need to continue to support our instructional assistants. I do know that they have engaged us over time. For years, they have met with us and told us their wishes about salaries, being able to, in a 5-year span, get to $24 an hour, right? And we think about that like incremental and some of the increases that we've talked about to give our instructional assistants the kinds of remuneration, or what do you call it? Remuneración en español. Pero we want to be able to pay them. And we do need that to restore that funding so that we have adequate support coming from state funds as well. So there's so much in here, but thank you for lifting up diversity, intersectionality, multilingualism, equity, all the things. So I'm just very honored. Wondering if there's any comments that you have, Superintendent Moore?
For a legislative agenda, I think understanding that we're talking about the second year of a biennial budget, and they're historically will want to get in and out of there quick. So I think it's important to align on what you want to ask for and what you want to propose or have your delegation focus on. And then, I also think that if there is conversation that the delegation has or that you as a board have with other boards, perhaps for review around what those legislative priorities are, sometimes a collective type of a request or need is also a helpful thing if the legislatures see that it's coming from multiple districts.
Thank you. Board Chair Umstead?
I feel like I'm talking a lot tonight, but I do have a question. There was specific policy around increasing supplements for districts that left out Durham, and I think I would name that explicitly in our legislative agenda, right? to the point of all the other conversations today around really it's the state's responsibility. And so we need a supplement increase from our state. And so I think I would name explicitly maybe pulling the language from that bill and put that here.
Trying to remember what they called that, except attack blue counties. Is that what it was? No. We'll figure
That's
that
it. I
out.
can do
Yeah,
some looking for you. You
we'll
can figure
get
it out.
Board Member Cardon.
Um, First, I'd like to thank my colleagues for working on this. I know this is a lot of work and this is an amazing, amazing set of needs that you've laid out here that all resonate. I love all of the ones that my colleague, Board Member Valladares lifted up were ones that I was going to mention. I will not repeat them again. So this all just feels really powerful, but I did want to follow up on what Interim Superintendent Moore was saying to see if I'm understanding correctly, because it makes sense to me that like, should we be doing more work to focus our ask? Like, this is all really important, really powerful, but is it, what is this saying? If we focus on everything, we focus on nothing? Like, do we need to make a more targeted ask? And do we need to partner with our neighboring or aligned districts on some of these to make the asks more powerful? I don't know what others' thoughts are on those or.
So I will say a lot of these align with Chapel Hill, Carborough, and Wake County. We did pay attention to the work they're doing because we also want to take some of these requests to the NC School Board Association legislative ask as well. So we did some of that work. If there are others that you want to add in, please feel free to share.
That's helpful to know. I'm just wondering, as we think about this moving forward, if we can like come together and say like, these boards are asking together for these specific things with our delegates.
That's a good point. I will just also lift up the community advocacy that has happened around, language access, around inclusivity, especially with students with disabilities, that we have broad engagement and coalitions that can also jump in and, take that to the state. And so we're really grateful for advocates. We're grateful for all levels of advocacy. And the NC Justice Center also comes to mind as well in terms of some of the work that they also do. So I think, we can definitely continue to plug in and connect all the dots in terms of people who care about this. But this is great work. I'm wondering if there's any other comments before we move to the next item.
I think we can, if this is amenable to the board, leave this as a draft, present it next week to our delegation, and then maybe vote on it on the 25th and send a final copy if we have any additional thoughts, just so other people, public, other folks can engage with it, and we can make sure we send over the final copy to the staff.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Okay, so our next item, now that we've done item number 5, is, we're going to go into closed session. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded by Ms. Cardon and Board Member Cardon and Board Member Byer. And we are going into closed session. Thank you.
Vote.
Well, we're going to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Passes unanimously, and we're going to closed session. Now we're back in open session. And I'm going to pass it to Interim Superintendent Patty Moore.
Thank you. I'd like to request the motion to approve the HR appointments as discussed and closed.
Move approval of the personnel report dated April 11th, 2024.
Second.
Properly by Board Member Byer and Millicent Rogers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And board, one more, we had added one additional item at the beginning of the meeting to have the point of contact person for the Alma Advisory Group, and just want to make sure that we could take care of that before we left today. Was there, I think, any recommendations? I know the chair and the vice chair have the ability to serve as those point of contact folks. Does that sound okay for everyone?
You need a motion for that?
Think so. We don't need a motion for that. Is that right? Okay. I see head nods. The public may not be able to see that, but there are head nods happening. Thank you all. I just want to make sure we covered that additional agenda item.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Passes unanimously and with. Thank you.